Chris thought he'd found the jackpot, a hidden stash in the ruins that could keep him alive for weeks. 3 minutes later, he was bleeding out in zombie-infested underbrush, raiders hunting him, and the dead closing in from every direction. This is the story of how one discovery in the buried city nearly cost him everything, and how a single light in the darkness changed the entire game. What happens next will show you that in the post-apocalyptic world, trust is more valuable than ammunition, and twice as dangerous to give away. But before we dive in, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. So without further ado, let's get started. The Buried City. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1, Shadowed Ambush. The warehouse smells like rust and old rain. Chris moves through the dark with his hand on the wall. Concrete crumbles under his palm. Outside the broken windows, the forest makes no sound. No birds, no wind. Just the kind of quiet that means something has already gone wrong. He finds the stash in the corner behind a rotted pallet. 3 cans of soup, a box of ammunition, medical tape still in plastic. Someone left this here. Someone who meant to come back. The door behind him creaks. Chris turns. The man in the doorway wears a face like a burned map. Scar tissue runs from his left ear down to his jaw. 2 others stand behind him. One holds a shotgun, the other holds a length of pipe. The scarred man speaks. That's ours. Chris stands. His hands stay open at his sides. I didn't know. You know now. The sound starts somewhere deep in the building, a moan that rises from the basement like something crawling up through the earth. Then another, then 6 more. The Greys have found them. The noise drew them in. The scarred man's eyes flick to the doorway behind him. His grip tightens on his pistol. The one with the shotgun backs up a step. Chris moves. He grabs the box of ammunition and runs for the far window. The first shot punches through the air beside his head. The second clips his shoulder and spins him sideways into the wall. Pain blooms hot and immediate. He crashes through the window frame. Glass and wood splinter around him. He hits the ground rolling and comes up running. Behind him, the warehouse erupts with gunfire and screaming. The Greys have reached the door. The forest swallows him. Pine needles soft underfoot. His shoulder burns. Warmth runs down his arm. Not warmth, something else. He presses his hand to the wound and keeps moving. They come through the trees behind him. Not the raiders. The Greys. He can hear them stumbling through the undergrowth. Their feet drag through leaves. Their throats make sounds like water trying to pass through a broken pipe. Chris runs until his lungs feel like torn paper. The trees thin. Ahead through the dusk, he sees a light. A single window glowing orange in the gathering dark. A cottage, small and alone in a clearing. He stumbles toward it. His legs want to fold. His vision blurs at the edges. The Greys moan closer. He can smell them now, that sweet rot smell like fruit left too long in the sun. The cottage door is wood and iron. He pounds on it with his good hand. His shoulder screams. The world tilts. Please, the word comes out broken. No answer. The Greys break through the tree line, 3 of them. Their eyes are milky white, their skin the color of old ice. They move with that terrible patience. They know he cannot run anymore. Chris pounds again. The door stays closed. He turns, his back against the wood. The Greys shuffle forward, their hands reach out, their mouths open. He slides down to his knees. The door opens behind him and he falls backward into darkness. Chapter 2, Wounded Refuge. Chris wakes to the smell of coffee, real coffee, not the chicory substitute, not the acorn brew, the actual thing. His shoulder throbs beneath clean bandages. He lies on a cot near a stone fireplace. Orange light flickers across rough-hewn logs. A woman sits at a small table. She pours coffee into a tin cup. Her hair falls in a platinum braid down her back. She looks at him. You're awake. Her voice carries an accent. Eastern European, each word shaped careful and precise. She wears black pants and a gray shirt. A rifle leans against the wall behind her. Chris tries to sit. Pain lances through his shoulder, and he gasps. Don't move. She stands and crosses to him. Her hands press him back down. Strong hands. Practiced. You lost fluid. The wound is clean, but you need rest. How long? 2 hours. She returns to the table. I pulled you inside. The grays were close. I took care of them after. He looks at the door. It stands closed and barred. 3 heavy boards wedged across the frame. Thank you. She pours a second cup of coffee, brings it to him, helps him sit up slow. The coffee burns going down. It tastes like memory, like the world before. I'm Chris. She sits on the edge of the cot. You were running from the old town. Statement, not question. Chris nods. Raiders and grays, both at once. Bad luck. She drinks her coffee, studies him over the rim. What were you doing there? Looking for supplies. Found a stash. Found trouble. The stash was theirs. I didn't know. She nods. Doesn't matter now. You can't go back there. Wasn't planning to. They sit in silence. The fire pops. Outside the wind rises. Something scratches at the shuttered window. A branch. Maybe a branch. Nataly stands. She moves to the window and listens. The scratching stops. She waits. Nothing. She returns to her chair. You'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow we see how you heal. Chris looks around the cottage. One room. The loft above holds blankets and supplies. A small kitchen area, a trapdoor in the floor, root cellar. Everything neat. Everything placed with purpose. A survivor's space. You've been here long enough. She refills her cup. The cottage belonged to someone else. Before. She doesn't elaborate. Chris doesn't push. Everyone has befores. Everyone has losses. The world is built on graves now. His wound pulses. He shifts and winces. Nataly watches him. You need to rest. The more you move, the longer you heal. I know. But he doesn't rest. His mind runs circles. The raiders, the grays, the stash, the gunshot, the run through the woods. All of it plays again and again. Survival is a loop. Each day the same choices. Run or hide, fight or flee, trust or doubt. Nataly rises and moves to a shelf. She returns with a small bottle, 2 pills in her palm, for the pain. Chris hesitates. She waits. He takes them, swallows them dry. She nods and turns away. The pills work fast. The pain softens. His thoughts slow. The fire blurs. He feels himself sinking. Thank you. The words float away from him. Sleep. Her voice comes from far away. Tomorrow we talk. The dark takes him. Deep and complete. No dreams, no visions, just the absence of everything. A small mercy in a world that offers few. Chapter 3. Bitter Confessions. Morning light filters through the shutters. Chris wakes to the sound of metal scraping stone. Nataly kneels by the fireplace, sharpening a knife. The blade whispers against the whetstone. Again and again. A meditation in steel. She sees him watching. Coffee is ready. He sits up. The pain in his shoulder has dulled to a deep ache. He can move the arm, not well, but enough. Nataly pours him a cup. He drinks it slow, lets the heat spread through him. Tell me about the raiders. She doesn't look up from her work. The knife gleams in the morning light. Chris sets down his cup. 3 of them. Leader had a scarred face. Missing part of his ear, the others followed his orders. Nataly studies him while he talks. Really looks. His hazel eyes are bloodshot. Exhaustion and pain mixed. Dark circles beneath. When did he last sleep properly? Before the ambush, probably. Before everything. The eyes are familiar somehow. Remind her of David's. Not the color, the expression, the weight of carrying too much alone. His hand finds the compass. Leather cord worn smooth. Maya gave it to him 3 years ago. Before everything. The weight is familiar. Grounding. North is north. Some things don't change. Callahan. She tests the blade against her thumb. I know him. He controls the territory around the old town. Nasty piece of work. You've met him once. She sheathes the knife. He wanted this place. I convinced him otherwise. Chris looks at her. Really looks. The way she moves. The way she sits. Weight balanced. Hands never far from a weapon. Military maybe, or something close. You were a soldier, medic, long time ago, different country. She stands and crosses to the window, opens the shutter a crack, studies the tree line. All clear. Why stay here? Where else is there? She closes the shutter, Bars it. This cottage has good bones, good sight lines, water nearby. I know the forest. The grays are manageable if you're careful. Chris nods. He understands. Everyone finds their own small corner to defend, their own tiny kingdom of survival. The stash you found. Nataly returns to the table. What was in it? Food, ammunition, medical supplies? Not much. Enough to matter. And now Callahan knows you tried to take it. Chris says nothing. The implication hangs between them. Raiders remember, raiders hold grudges. In a world without law, grudges become currency. You can't leave yet. Nataly pours more coffee. Your wound needs time, maybe 3 days, maybe 4, and then you decide. Stay or go. Either way, you'll be healed enough to choose. A sound outside, low and distant, that familiar moan. Both of them freeze. Nataly moves to the rifle. Chris reaches for his knife. They wait. The moan drifts closer. 1 gray, maybe 2. Nataly signals. Chris understands. Silence. They stand motionless. The fire crackles. The sound echoes too loud in the small space. The gray passes by the cottage. Its feet shuffle through dry leaves. It moans again. Lost. Always lost. The sound fades into the distance. They wait 5 minutes more. Then 10. Nataly finally lowers the rifle. We need better defenses. She looks at Chris. You know traps. Some. Enough. Good. She nods. Tomorrow we set them. Wire. Bells. Noisemakers. Anything that gives us warning. Chris stands, tests his weight. His shoulder protests but holds. I can help today. Rest today. Work tomorrow. She's already moving. Checking the perimeter boards, the window latches, the door bar, all of it routine, all of it necessary. Chris watches her work. Efficient, thorough, no wasted motion. She reminds him of people he knew before, people who understood that survival is a practice, a daily discipline. Not luck. Never luck. Why did you save me? The question surprises him as much as her. Nataly pauses, looks at him. Because you knocked, because you asked, because the alternative was watching you get torn apart. She returns to her work. Chris sits, drinks his coffee. Outside, the wind picks up. The cottage creaks. The boards settle. Somewhere in the forest, a gray moans its lonesome call. They spend the day in quiet preparation, checking supplies, inventorying food, cleaning weapons. The work creates its own rhythm, its own peace. 2 people moving through space, learning each other's patterns. By evening, they've reinforced the door, added extra boards to the windows, cleared a wider perimeter around the cottage. Small improvements, incremental safety. They eat in silence, canned beans heated over the fire, stale crackers, water from the well, a feast by current standards. Chris feels his strength returning, slow but steady. That night they take turns on watch. Chris goes first. He sits by the window, listens to the night sounds, the wind, the trees, the distant cry of something that might be an owl or might be something else. Nataly sleeps in the loft, her breathing even and deep. Chris envies that, the ability to sleep without ghosts, without the loop of memory. He thinks about his sister, Maya, gone in the first weeks. He thinks about Portland, the people he left behind, the choices that haunt him still. The night stretches, the stars wheel overhead, the grays moan in the distance. Chris keeps watch, keeps the darkness at bay, 1 hour at a time. Chapter 4, Forest Forage. Morning breaks cold and clear. Frost coats the windows. Their breath mists in the cottage air. Nataly stokes the fire back to life. The flames catch and grow. Warmth spreads through the small space. We need herbs. She packs a small bag for your wound for infection. The forest has what we need if we know where to look. Chris stands. His shoulder feels better, stiff but functional. I can walk. Can you run? The question hangs there. Honest. Direct. Chris considers. Probably not. Then we move careful. She hands him a knife. Stay close. Stay quiet. They leave the cottage. The morning air bites, everything crisp and sharp. The forest spreads before them in shades of gold and rust. Autumn deep now. Winter coming soon. Nataly moves like water. Fluid. Quiet. Chris follows. Tries to match her rhythm. She stops often. Listens. Watches. Then moves again. They find yarrow growing beside a fallen log. Nataly kneels, harvests it gentle, leaves enough to regrow. She shows Chris. the leaves, the flowers, how to recognize it. Good for wounds, good for fever. She tucks it in her bag. There's more nearby, comfrey, plantain. We just have to look. They work their way deeper. The forest accepts them. Birds call, squirrels chatter. Life continues despite everything. Despite the grays, despite the end of the world. Chris finds himself relaxing, the rhythm of walking, the simple task, no thinking, just moving, just being. Then Nataly stops, her hand rises, Chris freezes, ahead through the trees, 6 grays, maybe 7. They shamble in a loose group, moving east. Their moans drift back, low and constant. We go around, Nataly signals, wide circle, no noise, they backtrack. Move north, give the grays wide berth. The forest is patient, the herbs will wait. But the grays shift direction, some instinct, some random pattern. The group turns, moves toward them. Nataly and Chris crouch behind a thick pine. They can hear the grays now, feet dragging, throats working, getting closer. We can't outrun them. Chris whispers, "Not with my shoulder." Nataly nods. She's already thinking. Her eyes scan the area. She points. Dry branches, rocks, a plan forming. We make noise over there. Draw them away. Then we slip past. Chris understands. They gather rocks, move 30 feet east, find a cluster of dead trees. Perfect. On 3, Nataly counts. 1, 2, 3. They throw. Rocks crash through branches. The sound echoes. The grays stop, turn, moan louder, move toward the noise. Nataly and Chris circle wide. Silent. Controlled. The grays converge on the dead trees. Clumsy. Persistent. They search for the source. It works. They slip past, put distance between themselves and the wandering group. Keep moving until the moans fade. That was close. Chris breathes hard. His shoulder aches. It's always close. Nataly doesn't slow. We finish quick. Get back. They find comfrey growing near a stream. The water runs clear and fast. Nataly fills their canteen. Harvests the plants. Her movements swift now. Efficient. Chris keeps watch, scans the trees, the undergrowth. Nothing moves, the forest breathes around them. They gather plantain, wild garlic, mushrooms that Nataly knows are safe. The bag fills. A good harvest. We go back. Different route. She marks their path with small signs. Broken twigs, stacked stones, nothing obvious, just enough. The return trip takes longer. They move careful, alert. The morning sun climbs, the frost melts, the forest warms. They reach the cottage. Everything as they left it. Nataly checks the perimeter, the tripwires, all intact. They go inside, bar the door. Good work. She empties the bag onto the table. We have enough for a week, maybe more. Chris watches her sort the plants. Her hands know each one, how to prepare it, how to store it. Knowledge earned through necessity. You've done this before. Had to learn. No doctors now, no hospitals, just what we remember and what we find. She makes a poultice, applies it to his wound. The herbs sting, then soothe. Chris feels the medicine working. Old knowledge, simple and effective. That night they eat better. Mushroom stew, garlic bread made from old flour. Not much, but warm, filling. They talk more easily now. The day's work has built something between them. Trust maybe, or just familiarity. Tomorrow we set the traps. Nataly cleans her knife by the fire, make the perimeter safer. And after that, we see. She tests the blade. Maybe we go back to that town. Get your backpack. If we're smart about it, Chris nods. The backpack holds things he needs, things he can't replace. But returning means risk, means raiders and grays and all the chaos in between. The fire burns low. They prepare for sleep. Chris takes first watch again. The cottage settles around him. Outside, the night creatures move. The world continues its slow turn. Indifferent, eternal. He thinks about the herbs, the careful harvesting, the knowledge passed down. Survival is a million small skills, a million learned moments. You carry them or you perish. His shoulder barely hurts now. The poultice works. He touches the bandage. Thinks about Nataly's hands. Steady, sure. Hands that know how to heal, how to harm. Whatever the moment requires. The hours pass, the stars wheel. When Nataly relieves him, he climbs to the loft, wraps himself in blankets, sleeps without dreams. Chapter 5, Stash Retrieval. 3 days pass. Chris's shoulder heals. The herbs work, the rest works. He can lift, he can pull, he can fight if needed. Time to get your things. Nataly studies the map. Hand-drawn, crude but accurate. She points. We go at dawn, in and out before full light. Why dawn? Greys are slowest then, cold makes them sluggish, and raiders sleep late when they can. Makes sense. Chris checks his knife, the blade catches firelight, sharp enough to split paper. He borrowed a handgun from Nataly. 6 rounds, she keeps the rifle, they sleep in shifts, wake before sunrise, eat cold food, dress in layers, dark colors, nothing that reflects light. The forest greets them with mist, thick and clinging, perfect. They move through it like ghosts. The town appears gradual, buildings emerging from white, silent, empty. They circle wide. Approach from the east. The warehouse stands where Chris left it. Windows broken, door hanging loose. No sign of raiders, no sign of greys. Wait. Nataly crouches behind rubble. Watches. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing moves. They advance. Chris leads. He knows the interior. They slip through the side entrance. Glass crunches underfoot. They freeze. Listen. Only silence. The backpack sits in the corner, right where he dropped it. Chris moves toward it. Each step measured. Careful, his hand closes on the strap. Relief floods through him, everything still inside. He can feel the weight. A moan rises from the basement. Both of them stop. The sound echoes up the stairwell. 1 gray, maybe 2. Move. Nataly signals toward the exit. They turn. A gray blocks the doorway. Fresh, recently turned. It still wears the face it had in life. Young, maybe 20. Its eyes find them. Recognition flickers. Then hunger. It lurches forward. Chris raises the handgun. The shot cracks through the space. The gray drops. The sound echoes like a bell. Run. Nataly already moving. They burst into the street. The mist swirls. Behind them, more moans rise. The greys in the basement heard. The greys scattered through town heard. They sprint. Chris's shoulder protests but holds. The backpack thumps against his spine. They dodge through alleys. Leap debris. The moans chase them, growing, multiplying. They reach the tree line. Don't stop. Keep running. The forest swallows them. The moans fade. They run until their lungs scream, until distance and silence return. Finally they stop, bent over, gasping. Chris checks behind them. Nothing follows. The forest stands quiet. That was messy. Nataly catches her breath. But you have your pack. Chris nods. Opens it. Everything intact, his sister's photo, the compass, extra ammunition, relief and guilt mixed together. Maya's face stares up at him from the photograph, someone you knew. Nataly sees the photo, my sister. Gone in the first weeks, I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry, everyone's lost someone. Chris closes the pack, doesn't help much. They rest briefly, drink water, eat dried meat, then continue, moving fast, putting distance between themselves and the town. Back at the cottage, they inventory the pack. More ammunition than Nataly expected. Medical supplies, fire starters, cord, all useful. You travel prepared. She examines a field kit, military grade, learned the hard way. Chris sorts items. Shares what he can spare. The backpack feels lighter, emptier. But sharing is the right move. Investment in survival. That night they reinforce their defenses, hang tin cans on wire, set branch snares, create noise perimeters. The work goes quick. 2 pairs of hands, 2 sets of skills. We're safer now. Nataly tests a tripline, but town's stirred up. Greys will be active for days. Chris agrees. The gunshot woke them, set them searching. It will take time for them to settle. Return to their random wandering. They eat dinner, talk more. Nataly tells stories about the cottage, about finding it empty, making it home. Chris shares carefully edited versions of his journey, the people he met, the places he passed through. What about the radio signal? Chris asks. You mentioned it before. Nataly rises, retrieves an old hand-crank radio from the shelf. She turns the dial, static hisses, then through the white noise. A voice, automated, repeating, sanctuary protocol active. Level 9, seek Meridian. The message loops. Chris leans closer. What is that? Been playing for months, maybe longer. She turns it off, some kind of shelter. Underground maybe, but where? How to find it. Meridian. Chris thinks. The word means something. A line, a path, north and south, could be a code, could be a place. Nataly sets the radio down. Could be nothing, a recording from before, still running on batteries, or it could be real. Chris feels something stir. Hope, maybe. Or just curiosity. A buried city. A safe place. We'd need more information. Nataly's practical. Maps, directions. Can't just wander looking. No. Chris agrees, but maybe we start paying attention. Ask around if we meet others. The conversation drifts. They prepare for sleep. The fire burns low. Outside, the night creatures call. The world turns. Indifferent as always. Chris lies in the loft, stares at darkness, thinks about the signal, about sanctuary, about his sister, about all the things that might be real and all the things that are only wishes. Sleep comes slowly. When it does, he dreams of underground cities, of lights in the dark, of places untouched by grays, places where the world still works. He wakes to morning light. The dream fades, but something remains. A seed, an idea. The buried city, somewhere to go, somewhere to seek. Chapter 6, Whispered Warnings. Days blend together. Morning, work, evening, watch, sleep. The rhythm settles. Chris and Nataly move around each other with practiced ease. No longer strangers, not quite friends, something in between. Winter's coming. Nataly checks their food stores. We have enough for 3 months, maybe 4 if we're careful. The forest has changed. The gold and rust have given way to bare branches. The ground hardens at night. Frost comes earlier, stays later. Chris splits wood, his shoulder fully healed now. The axe feels good in his hands. The physical work, the simple task. Each log splits clean, the pile grows, the grays are moving. Nataly stands at the window, watching. They do this in spring. Migrations. Herds of them passing through. It's not spring yet. Early winter then. She turns from the window. Something's driving them. Maybe the cold, maybe something else. That night Chris sees them. 20 grays, maybe 30, moving through the forest in a loose group, heading north. Their moans carry on the wind. Mournful. Lost. Always lost. They don't approach the cottage, don't even look. Just pass by like migrating birds, following some instinct, some pattern written into their changed bodies. They come for 3 nights, different groups, all heading north. Chris and Nataly watch. Stay quiet. Stay quiet. Stay hidden. The cottage becomes invisible. Just another shadow in the woods. On the 4th night, Nataly cranks the radio. Static fills the room. She turns the dial slow, searching. The automated message crackles through. Sanctuary protocol active. Level 9. Seek Meridian, but now there's more. Another voice. Broken, fragmentary, a man speaking through interference underground. Find the tower, follow the old road. The city waits, the city protects. Then static, just static. Nataly cranks again. The message doesn't repeat, just the old loop. The automated voice? Did you hear that? Chris moves closer. I heard it. She writes on a scrap of paper. Tower, old road, city. It's real then. The buried city. Maybe. She sets down the radio, or maybe it's a trap. Raiders use signals, lure people in. Chris considers this. She's right. Trust gets people gone, but hope has its own gravity, its own pull. We could look, just look, see if there's a tower nearby. Nataly studies him. After the migrations pass, after it's safer. Then we look. Agreed. That night the Greys test their defenses, not the migrants, others, local ones, 5 of them. They shuffle around the perimeter, trip the cans. The noise draws more. Chris and Nataly work fast, build fire barriers, drag burning logs to the clearing edge. The flames keep the Greys back. The smoke rises, black against the stars. The Greys moan, reach toward the cottage, but fire holds them. Fire and patience. They wait all night. By dawn, the Greys have lost interest, wandered away. The fires burn to ash. We need more defenses. Chris is exhausted. Trenches maybe. Stakes. Later. Nataly's eyes are red. Sleep first. Then we plan. They collapse. Sleep through the day. Wake at dusk. Eat, drink, sit by the fire without speaking. Survival takes everything. Leaves nothing extra. But we held. Chris finally says, they came and we held. This time. Nataly stares at the flames. Next time we might not be lucky. Then we leave before next time. Chris surprises himself. We find the tower. Find the buried city. Find somewhere safer. Nataly looks at him. Really looks. Measures him. You mean that. I mean that. Chris holds her gaze. This place is good, but it's not enough. Not long term, we need more. She nods slowly. After the migrations, we scout, find the tower, see what's real. Deal. Chris extends his hand. Nataly takes it. Her grip strong, certain. They shake. A pact made, a direction chosen. The fire crackles. Outside the forest breathes. The night settles. Two people in a cottage making plans. Small plans, fragile plans, but plans nonetheless. Chris takes first watch, sits by the window, watches the darkness, thinks about towers, about old roads, about cities buried beneath the earth. His sister's compass hangs around his neck. The needle points north, always north, towards something, away from something else. Direction matters, movement matters. The hours pass. Nataly relieves him. He climbs to the loft, sleeps deeply, dreams of tunnels, of lights underground, of voices calling through static. When he wakes, the migrations have stopped. The forest stands empty, quiet. The greys have moved on, following their unknowable patterns, leaving space behind. Now. Nataly says at breakfast. Now we search. Chapter 7, Signal Pursuit. They pack light, 2 days' supplies, weapons, the radio, the hand-drawn map. Everything else stays locked in the cottage. The morning breaks clear, cold but bright. They head east, toward higher ground. Towers need elevation, need sight lines. The forest thickens. Pine and fir grow dense. They push through, navigate by compass, by the angle of sunlight. Old skills, reliable skills. By noon they find the road. Ancient asphalt cracked and broken, reclaimed by moss and weeds, but still visible, still a path. We follow it. Nataly checks the map. Should lead to the old fire tower. 3 miles, maybe 4. They walk the center line. Faded yellow paint guides them. The road winds through valleys, over hills, past abandoned cars, past skeletons of the world before. A gray emerges from the trees, alone. It sees them, moans, lurches forward. Chris moves quick, knife in hand. The blade enters the base of the skull. The gray drops, quick, quiet, necessary. They keep moving, no time to stop, no time to think about what they do anymore. Survival is action, reaction, a dance learned through repetition. The road climbs, steeper now, their breath mists, the cold deepens. Chris's legs burn. Nataly pushes ahead, tireless, determined. The tower appears through the trees, metal framework 50 feet high. A small cabin at the top. They approach careful, watch for movement, for signs of life, for grays. Nothing. The tower stands empty. The stairs rust, but intact. I'll go up. Chris tests the first step. It holds. You keep watch. Nataly nods, positions herself where she can see all approaches. Rifle ready. Chris climbs. Each step creaks. Each step threatens to break, but the metal holds. He reaches the cabin. The door hangs open. Inside, papers scatter the floor. Old maps, weather reports, logs, and in the corner, a radio. Military grade. Still connected to the tower antenna. He cranks the hand generator. The radio hums to life. He turns the dial. Static, static. Then the signal. Loud and clear. Sanctuary protocol actives. Level 9. Seek meridian. He searches the cabin. Finds a journal. The pages filled with cramped handwriting. He reads fast. Skims. The writer's name was Gerald. He maintained the signal. Kept it broadcasting. The journal ends abruptly. The last entry dated 6 months ago. Gerald wrote about finding coordinates, about the buried city's location, about the entrance. Chris flips through pages, looking for the coordinates. They're not there, torn out, or never written, just references, allusions. The entrance is south, in the ruins, beneath the old courthouse. He memorizes what he can, takes the journal, descends the tower. Nataly waits below. Find anything. Enough. He shows her the journal. The entrance is south, in the ruins of a town, beneath a courthouse. How far? 2 days, maybe 3. He checks the compass. We follow this road. They camp that night in a hollow. No fire, too risky. They eat cold food, share a blanket. The temperature drops, stars wheel overhead, endless and cold. You think it's real? Nataly asks, the buried city. I think Gerald believed it. Chris stares at the sky. I think he found something. Whether we can get in, whether it's still safe. That's different. Tomorrow we'll know more. Tomorrow. Chris agrees. They sleep in shifts. The night passes slow. Cold seeps through layers, through skin, down to bone. But they endure. They've endured worse. Dawn comes gray and dim. They pack, continue south, the road deteriorates, crumbles into gravel, then dirt, then disappears entirely. They navigate by compass, by the sun, by instinct. The forest thins, gives way to scrubland, to dead fields, to the edges of the ruins. A town spreads before them, bigger than Ashton's Crossing, buildings still standing, some intact, others collapsed, nature reclaiming everything, slow and patient. We need to be careful. Nataly scans the ruins. Greys, raiders, could be either, could be both. They enter at dusk, use the shadows, move building to building, street to street, looking for landmarks. For the courthouse, it stands in the center. A grand building once, columns, steps, now weathered and stained, but recognizable, still holding its shape. They circle it, find a side entrance, a metal door, locked. Chris examines it. The lock is old, rusted. He works it with a piece of wire, patient, methodical. The lock clicks, the door swings open, darkness yawns beyond. They stand at the threshold looking down into black, the buried city, Chris says. If Gerald was right, it's down there. Nataly pulls a flashlight from her pack. Only one way to know. They descend. Chapter 8, Urban Shadows. The courthouse interior smells like mold and old paper. Their footsteps echo on marble floors. The flashlight beam cuts through dust motes, thick as snow in the air. They find stairs going down. Service stairs, concrete and metal. The door at the bottom stands open. Beyond it, more darkness, more stairs. Going deeper. This has to be it. Chris's voice sounds small in the space. Too deep for a normal building. They descend. The air grows colder, damper. The walls change from concrete to reinforced steel, military grade, purpose-built. 3 levels down, they find the first seal. A blast door. Massive, but it stands half open. Someone forced it, or someone left it open when they fled. Nataly shines the light through the gap. A corridor stretches beyond. Clean. Untouched, like stepping backward through time. They squeeze through. The corridor leads to a junction. Signs on the walls. Arrows, words. Research wing. Commons. Power grid. Chris consults Gerald's journal. The entrance codes are here. Old entries. He reads them aloud. Level 9 is command. That's where the signal originates. We need a map. Nataly studies the junction. This place is huge. They choose the commons, follow signs. The corridor opens into a wide space. Living quarters, dozens of small rooms branching off. Everything neat. Everything preserved, like everyone just walked away. Chris enters one room. A bed, a desk, personal items still arranged, a coffee cup, a book left open. He picks up the book. The pages crumble at his touch. We're not the first ones here. Nataly stands at the entrance. Look at the dust, footprints, recent. Chris sees them, boot prints, multiple people, coming and going. He follows the trail. It leads deeper into the commons, to a barricaded area, tables, chairs, makeshift walls. Someone tried to defend this space. He examines the barricade. Failed, though. Blood stains the floor. Dark and old. Nataly kneels, touches it, dried weeks ago, maybe months. They died here. Chris looks around. But from what? Graves don't come this deep. No light. No sound to draw them, unless they were already down here. Nataly stands. Test subjects, maybe. Infected, kept for research. The thought chills them. A buried city full of grays, trapped in darkness, wandering the corridors forever. We need weapons. Better weapons. Chris checks his ammunition. 6 rounds left in the pistol. Nataly has the rifle. 20 rounds. There will be an armory. Nataly reads the signs. Every facility like this has one. They backtrack, follow different corridors. The facility sprawls, endless tunnels, endless rooms, a city beneath a city. The signs lead them to security wing. The door stands open. Inside, racks of weapons, most empty, looted, but some remain. Chris finds a shotgun, shells scattered on the floor. He loads it, tests the action, smooth, reliable. Nataly takes extra ammunition, fills her pockets, a backup pistol. They arm themselves, prepare for whatever waits below. A sound echoes through the corridor. Distant. Rhythmic. Metal scraping metal. Both freeze. Listen. The sound repeats, then stops. Something's moving down here. Chris chambers a shell. Something big. Or someone. Nataly switches off the flashlight. They stand in total darkness, listening. The scraping sound doesn't return. Just silence. Heavy. Oppressive. They wait. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. Nataly turns the light back on. We keep moving. Stay alert. They find a stairwell. Emergency exit. Going down. Always down. They descend 2 more levels. The signs change. Research wing. Laboratory. Authorized personnel only. The doors here are sealed. Heavy locks, but one stands open. Light spills from inside. Not flashlight. Something else. Bioluminescent. Green and sickly. They approach careful, peer inside. A laboratory. Equipment everywhere. Computers, microscopes, and in the center, tanks. Glass cylinders filled with murky fluid. Things float in the tanks. Humans. Human shapes are what used to be human. Grotesque. Changed. Experimental. Chris feels his stomach turn. This is where it started, where they made the grays. Nataly enters, studies the tanks, reads labels. Subject Alpha, Subject Delta, Subject Omega. All failed. She moves to a computer, tries to turn it on. Dead. No power. We need the power grid. Chris remembers the signs. Level 8. If we restore power, we might access the computers. Find out what happened. They leave the laboratory. Follow signs to the power level. The descent continues. The air grows warmer, a good sign. Geothermal heat rising. Level 8 opens into a cavern. Natural rock, reinforced with steel. The power plant sits in the center. Massive turbines, generators. All silent, all dark. But there's equipment. Control panels. Chris approaches one, studies it. His EMT training included basic mechanics, basic engineering. He understands some of this. I can try. He examines the controls, no promises. Nataly covers the entrance. I'll watch. Chris works, throws breakers, checks valves. The system is complex, automated, but with manual overrides. He finds the main sequence, starts the restart protocol. The turbines whine. Slow at first, then faster. The generators kick in, lights flicker, dim at first, then brighter. The facility comes alive. The lights illuminate everything. The cavern, the equipment, and the figures standing in the shadows. Grays. 20 of them. Maybe more, drawn by the noise, by the sudden activity. Nataly fires. The rifle cracks. A gray drops. She fires again. Another falls. Chris abandons the console, runs. The grays lurch forward. Slow. Clumsy, but many. Too many. They sprint back to the stairwell. Climb. The grays follow. Their moans echo, amplified by the steel corridors, deafening. Up. Up. Chris's legs burn. His lungs scream. Nataly beside him, running. Firing when the grays get close. Each shot precise, each shot necessary. They reach level 6. Find a door. Slam it shut. Bar it. The grays pound against it. The metal buckles but holds. That was stupid. Nataly gasps. Should have checked first. Had to risk it. Chris sits. Catches his breath. But we have power now. We can access everything. If we survive... She reloads. We're trapped. They know we're here now. The pounding continues, relentless. Patient. The grays have time. Nothing but time. Chris looks around. They're in another junction. Multiple corridors branching off. He checks the map on the wall. Level 6. Medical. Storage. Command access. Command. He points. We go up. Find level 9. Figure this out. They move. Leave the grays pounding at the door. The corridors branch. Split. Reform, a maze, but the signs guide them. Command, level 9, up. They climb more stairs, emerge into polished corridors, clean, different from below, administrative. The heart of the facility, a door stand open, light spills out, not fluorescent, warmer. They approach, peer inside. An office, large, windows overlooking the cavern below. A desk, computers humming, active, and on the wall screens showing different levels, different rooms, security feeds, all functioning now. Someone maintained this. Nataly enters. Recently, Chris moves to the computers. They're logged in, files open. He reads, reports, experiments, the creation of the infection, the failed attempts to contain it, the final evacuation orders, and something else. A map, detailed, complete, showing every level, every room, including places marked in red. Danger, contaminated, avoid. He downloads it to a portable drive found on the desk, pockets it. This is everything. The layout, the history, everything. A sound behind them. They turn. A man stands in the doorway, thin, gaunt, holding a pistol. His eyes wild but aware. You activated the power. His voice cracks, unused. You brought them all up. Chris raises his hands. We didn't know. We're just looking for sanctuary. There is no sanctuary. The man laughs. Bitter. Broken. There's just this tomb, this monument to stupidity. Who are you? Nataly keeps her hand near her weapon. I was security. Gerald's partner. I stayed. Kept the signal going. Kept hoping. The man lowers the pistol slightly. Kept being a fool. Gerald's gone. Chris says, gentle. We found his tower, his journal. I know. The man sits, heavy, defeated. I knew when the signal changed, when he stopped updating, but I couldn't leave. This is all I have left. They stand in silence. 3 survivors, meeting in the dark, in the deep, each carrying their own weight, their own losses. Help us. Chris steps forward. Show us what's safe, what's not. We just want to understand. The man considers, studies them, finally nods. I'll show you, but then you leave. You take what you need and you go. This place, it's not for the living. Agreed. Nataly says. The man stands. I'm Vincent. Welcome to New Meridian. Welcome to the end of the world. Chapter 9. Ally Doubts. Vincent leads them through corridors, points out safe routes, dangerous zones. The facility sprawls vast, endless. A city designed to hold thousands, now holding only ghosts and grays. The research wings are worst. He stops at a sealed door. Red warning lights flash above it. Don't go in there. Enhanced subjects. Faster, smarter, hungry, enhanced. Chris looks at the door. They made different types. Tried to. Vincent moves on. Tried to control the infection. Modify it. Make super soldiers. Made monsters instead. They reach a storage level, supplies stacked high, food, medicine, water filtration, everything needed for survival, for years, for decades. Take what you need. Vincent gestures. I can't use it all. Nataly fills her pack. Carefully, methodically. Chris does the same. Medical supplies, ammunition, preserved food, wealth beyond measure in the current world. Why stay? Chris asks, if it's so dangerous. Vincent sits on a crate. Where would I go? Up there, it's the same. Grays, raiders, death. Down here, at least I know the dangers. I can manage them. You're alone, though. Chris understands isolation, understands its weight. That destroys people. People destroy people. Vincent's voice hardens. I've seen it. Groups turn, fight, betray. Alone is safer. Nataly exchanges looks with Chris. They've heard this before, from others. The broken ones, the ones who've given up. We're going back up. Chris makes the decision. Out of the city, back to the forest. You should come. No. Vincent stands. Final. Absolute. I keep the signal running. Someone has to. Maybe others will come. Maybe they'll have better luck. They can't force him. Can't save someone who doesn't want saving. Chris nods. Thank you for the supplies, for the help. Vincent leads them back to the upper levels, to the entrance. The Greys still wander below, trapped in the lower sections, but the upper floors are clear, safe. At the blast door, Vincent stops. One more thing. He pulls out a data drive, different from the one Chris found. This has everything. Research notes, cure attempts, formulas. Someone smart might use it, might finish what they started. Chris takes it. Thank you, don't thank me. Vincent's smile is sad. Just survive. That's thanks enough. They leave, climb back up the service stairs, through the courthouse, into the ruins. Dawn breaks over the dead city, pink and gold, beautiful despite everything. They camp outside the ruins, hidden in a collapsed building, share food, water, rest. Nataly speaks first. He won't last. Chris knows, too isolated, too fixated. But it's his choice, that drive. She nods toward Chris's pack. Think it's real. A cure. Could be, or could be more failed attempts. Only way to know is find someone who understands the science. They eat in silence. Process everything seen, everything learned. The buried city is real, but it's not sanctuary, not safety, just another grave. We go back to the cottage. Nataly decides, regroup, plan, figure out what to do with that information. Agreed. Chris feels the weight of the drives in his pack, the knowledge, the burden. Someone has to carry it forward. They sleep in shifts. The ruins settle around them. Quiet. Empty. The Greys avoid this area. Too picked over, nothing to attract them. That night, Chris dreams. Maya appears. Young, smiling, she speaks, but he can't hear. She points. North, always north. He wakes, the compass cold against his chest. Nataly watches him. You talk in your sleep. Sorry, don't be. She turns away. We all have ghosts. They leave at dawn, navigate back through the ruins to the scrubland, to the forest. The journey takes 2 days. Hard travel, fast travel. They see greys. Avoid them. See signs of raiders. Avoid them too. The cottage appears through the trees. Still standing. Still safe. Relief floods through them. Home. Temporary but real. They unload, sort supplies, check defenses, everything intact. The tripwires, the barriers, the cottage held while they were gone. That night they sit by the fire. The drives on the table between them, all that knowledge, all that history. What do we do with it? Nataly asks. We're not scientists, can't make a cure. No, but somewhere there might be people who can. Chris picks up the drive. We find them. We share this. Give them a chance. That means traveling, leaving the cottage, leaving safety. Safety is relative. Chris looks at her. We've learned that. This place is good, but it won't last forever. Winter's coming. The Greys migrate. Raiders expand. We need more. Nataly considers, nods slowly. So we look. Find other survivors, strong ones, smart ones. Build something bigger. Build something that lasts. Chris agrees. They make plans, routes to scout, places to search. The knowledge from the buried city gives them advantage. Understanding. Purpose. The fire burns low. Outside the forest breathes. The night wraps around the cottage. 2 people planning, hoping, surviving. Chris thinks about Vincent, about choosing isolation, about giving up. He understands the temptation, the weight of loss, of betrayal, but giving up means the end, means the Greys win. He looks at Nataly, sees determination, sees strength. They're not done, not finished. The buried city failed, but maybe they won't. Maybe there's still a chance. Chapter 10, Perimeter Breach. Morning comes with frost, heavy and white. The world transformed overnight, winter announcing itself, early but unmistakable. We need more firewood. Nataly checks their supply. A week, maybe less. Chris nods, I'll go. You rest. Together. She's already dressing, warmer, layered, always safer with 2. They work through the morning, felling dead trees, cutting, splitting. The work warms them, sweat despite the cold. The pile grows, enough for 2 weeks, maybe 3. A sound stops them, distant, mechanical, engines. Chris and Nataly freeze. Listen, the sound grows, coming closer, raiders. Nataly grabs her rifle, multiple vehicles, they run, back to the cottage, grab supplies, weapons, the drives, everything essential. The engines grow louder, close, too close, no time. Chris looks at the door. They're here. The vehicles burst into the clearing, 3 of them. Modified trucks, armor plating, men hanging off the sides, armed, dangerous. The lead truck stops, the door opens, Callahan steps out, scarred face, missing ear, he smiles. Ugly, predatory, found you, his voice carries, took time, but I found you. Chris and Nataly stand on the porch, rifles ready, no words, just tension, just the moment before violence. You took my stash. Callahan continues, shot up my men, brought Greys down on us. That has a price. It was survival. Chris calls back, nothing personal, everything's personal now. Callahan signals, his men spread out, surrounding the cottage, cutting off escape. You pay. Both of you. The Greys saved you. Nataly's voice cold, we heard the screaming. They got most of your crew, makes me angry. Callahan pulls a pistol, makes me want payment even more. Chris measures distances, angles. 12 raiders, maybe 15. He and Nataly have 2 rifles. The shotgun, limited ammunition. The math doesn't work. What do you want? Chris stalls, buys time, thinks. Everything. Callahan laughs. Your supplies, your weapons, your lives if I'm feeling mean, which I am. The raiders close in, slow, methodical, experienced. They've done this before, raided, taken, survived. Nataly's hand moves, subtle, points. The propane tank 20 yards away near the woodpile. Chris understands, nods slightly. Now, Nataly fires, not at raiders, at the tank. The bullet sparks, the tank explodes, fire blooms, huge, consuming. Raiders scream, scatter. The trucks burn. Chris and Nataly run into the forest, into the trees. Behind them chaos, flames, smoke, shouts, gunfire. but scattered, disorganized. They run hard, fast. Putting distance, the forest swallows them. The smoke rises, a beacon, but also a diversion. They'll follow. Chris gasps, "They'll hunt us, let them." Nataly's face is set, determined. We lead them to the Greys, let them fight it out. They run east, toward the old town, toward Ashton's Crossing, where the Greys gather, where the ruins wait. Behind them, engines start, damaged but functional. The chase begins. Chris and Nataly navigate by instinct, by memory, through dense growth, over streams, under low branches. The raiders follow, slower, hindered by vehicles, by bulk. The town appears, the warehouse, the streets. Chris leads them in, deep into the ruins, where the Greys nest, where the infected gather. They find a building, 3 stories, intact. They climb to the roof, position themselves, wait. The trucks enter the town, slow, cautious. Callahan stands in the lead vehicle, searching, hunting. The Greys emerge from buildings, from alleys, from everywhere, dozens, drawn by engines, by noise, by prey. The raiders see them. Too late. The Greys swarm, fast, hungry. The raiders fire, shoot, fight. But there are too many, always too many. Chris and Nataly watch, silent, the violence below, the screaming, the sound of unliving, necessary, brutal, survival. Callahan goes down fighting, shooting until his ammunition runs out, then swinging, then falling. The Greys consume him, consume all of them. The trucks sit empty, engines running. The Greys wander, searching for more, finding nothing. We wait, Chris whispers, until they disperse. They wait hours, the sun climbs, the Greys lose interest, wander away, back to their nests, their endless circuits. When the streets clear, Chris and Nataly descend, approach the trucks. One still runs, damaged but functional. They check it, supplies in the back, food, water, ammunition, fuel. We take it. Nataly climbs in the cab. We use it while we can. Chris joins her. The engine rumbles, loud, dangerous, but fast, faster than walking. They drive, out of the town, away from the Greys, away from the cottage. Where? Nataly asks. North. Chris checks the compass. The drive said there are other facilities, other bunkers. We find them. We find survivors who can use this information. The truck bounces over broken road, over debris. The forest flies past. They drive until the fuel gauge reads empty. Then they walk. Then they make camp. That night they sit by a small fire. The drive's safe in Chris's pack. The cottage gone. Destroyed by the fight, by the explosion. Everything they built, gone. But they have each other, they have purpose, they have the knowledge that might save something, someone. We start over. Chris says, find a new place, new people, build again and again. Nataly stares at the flames until it sticks, until something lasts. The stars wheel overhead, cold, distant, indifferent. But below, on the ground, 2 people plan, 2 people hope. 2 people refuse to quit. The forest breathes around them. The night settles. Somewhere Greys moan. Somewhere raiders scheme. Somewhere the world continues its slow death. But here, now, in this moment, there is heat, there is light, there is the possibility of tomorrow. Chris thinks about the buried city, about Vincent choosing isolation, about Gerald broadcasting hope, about all the small resistances, the tiny rebellions against ending. He looks at Nataly. Her face lit by firelight, strong, determined, unbroken. They've lost the cottage, lost safety, but gained something else, direction, purpose, each other. Tomorrow they'll move north, search for others, share what they know, build alliances, create something larger than themselves. Tomorrow, always tomorrow. The only faith left, the only religion that matters, the belief that there will be another dawn, another chance, another moment to push back against the dark. The fire burns low. Sleep comes, dreams of towers, of cities, of lights underground, of sanctuary that might exist somewhere, somehow. And in the morning they wake, pack, move, north. Always north. Following the compass, following hope, following the thin thread that says survival is possible, that life, against all odds, against all evidence, might still find a way. The forest accepts them, the world continues. The story moves forward, unfinished, unresolved, uncertain, but moving, always moving. Because stopping means ending, and they're not ready for that, not yet, not while there's still ground to cover. still breath in their lungs, still the possibility of something better waiting ahead. The buried city is behind them. New Meridian failed, but somewhere, maybe, another shelter waits, another community, another chance. They walk into the unknown, together, armed with knowledge, with determination, with the stubborn refusal to surrender. The Greys own the past. The ruins own the present, but the future, that small sliver of time ahead, that belongs to those who keep moving, keep fighting, keep hoping. Chris and Nataly, two survivors, two believers in tomorrow, walking north, into winter, into uncertainty, into whatever comes next. Chapter 11. Subterranean Echoes. The door seals behind them with a hiss like the world exhaling its last breath. Darkness comes first, then the hum, a low frequency that lives in the teeth and jaw. Chris feels it in his molars. The kind of sound that means machines still dream down here in the deep. Nataly finds his arm in the black, her hand cold through the fabric. They stand and breathe and wait for eyes to adjust. Doesn't happen. Chris pulls the flashlight from his belt. The beam cuts through air thick with dust that hasn't settled in 2 years, maybe longer. The particles drift like ash, like snow that never lands. They stand in a corridor, concrete walls. Steel doors every 20 feet, numbers stenciled in white paint. B107, B108. The letters mean basement, mean buried, mean nowhere to run but deeper. The floor beneath their boots is grated metal. Through the gaps, Chris sees another level below, more darkness, more machines humming their forgotten songs. "We should map this," Nataly says. Her voice sounds wrong here, too loud, too alive. Chris nods, though she can't see it. He pulls the laminated blueprint from his pack, the one they found in Ashton's Crossing, the map that led them here. In the flashlight beam, the paper shows 12 levels, 12 circles of a man-made hell. They're on level 1, the upper commons, where people were meant to live when the world above became unlivable. No one lives here now. They move forward. Bootsteps echo and return as other bootsteps, ghost sounds, memory sounds, the kind that make you think you're being followed by your own past. The corridor opens into a wider space, a common area. Tables and chairs arranged in rows like a cafeteria, like a school. Trays still on some tables. Food long since become dust and mold. Cups tipped over. Water stains spreading like maps of countries that never existed. Chris sweeps the flashlight across the room. Nataly does the same. 2 beams crossing, searching for movement. Nothing moves, but something has been here. Recently. Footprints in the dust. Drag marks and the smell. That smell they both know too well. Decay, rot. The scent of flesh remembering it used to be human. Greys, Nataly whispers. Down here. Chris sees them then. Not the Greys themselves. Just evidence. A smear on the wall. Handprints in something dark and dried. A shoe without a foot. A coat without shoulders. The infected came down here. Maybe fled from the surface when the world ended. Maybe were already here when it happened. Locked inside. Turned inside. They need to find a defensible position. Somewhere they can barricade. Rest. Think. The flashlight finds a door marked B115. Medical storage. Chris tries the handle. Locked. He pulls the crowbar from his pack, the one he's carried since Portland. Since everything went wrong. The door gives after 3 strikes. The sound rings through the commons like a bell, like an announcement. Inside is exactly what the label promised. Shelves of supplies, bandages, antiseptics, bottles of pills with names Chris doesn't recognize, and in the back a small office, desk, chair, another door that leads to a bathroom. One way in, one way out. Not perfect, but better than the open commons. Nataly drags a shelf across the entrance while Chris checks the bathroom. No windows, no vents large enough for a Grey to squeeze through. Just a toilet and sink. The water probably doesn't run. He tries the tap anyway. Brown liquid sputters, then clears. Cold and metallic but flowing. The geothermal plant, Nataly says from the doorway, must still be active, still pumping water through the system. They set up quickly, efficiently. 2 people who've done this too many times. Bedrolls on the floor, medical kit within reach, weapons closer. Chris props his knife against the wall. Mercy. His sister's gift. The blade she gave him before everything. Before she was gone. Nataly sits against the desk, pulls out a protein bar, breaks it in half, hands Chris his portion. They eat in silence. The hum continues. That low frequency. Like the building itself is breathing. Like they're inside something living that learned to stop but forgot how. After eating, Nataly opens her journal, the one with pressed flowers between pages, David's flowers, her fiancé who became just another body in the first weeks. She doesn't write, just holds the book, studies the petals, thin as paper, fragile as promises. Chris watches her and doesn't ask. They've been together long enough now, long enough to know when silence means more than words. The flashlight dims, batteries dying. Chris switches to the backup. They have maybe 12 hours of light between them, then matches, then nothing. We should rest in shifts, Nataly says. 3 hours each. Chris agrees. He'll take first watch. Let her sleep. She needs it more. The journey here took everything. Nataly curls into her bedroll, knife in hand, eyes closing but not fully. Never fully. Not anymore. Chris sits by the barricaded door, listens to the building. The hum. The echo. Somewhere distant, a sound like metal scraping, like something heavy being dragged. He thinks about the map. 12 levels. They need to reach level 9. The command center, where answers might live, where the truth about the blight waits in archived files and forgotten servers. But between here and there, 10 more levels, 10 more circles. He thinks about his sister Maya, how she used to say the earth was hollow, full of caves and tunnels, whole civilizations living beneath the surface. She'd read it in a book, some old story about the world inside the world. Chris never believed it then. Believes it now. This place is its own world, separate from the surface, running on old power, old rules. A world that was supposed to save people when the world above failed. Instead, it just gave them a new place to turn gray. The scraping sound comes again. Closer now. Chris stands, presses his ear to the barricaded door. Footsteps. Shuffle drag. A gray. Wandering the commons. Searching for something it can't remember. Something it used to need. The footsteps pass, continue down the corridor, fade into the hum. Chris sits again, breathes, counts to 100, then 200. Nothing returns. Nataly's breathing deepens. Real sleep, the kind that only comes with trust. Chris keeps watch, keeps listening. The building hums its machine lullaby. The darkness presses close, and somewhere in the levels below something moves through shadows that have never seen light. Chapter 12. Lab horrors. Nataly wakes to Chris shaking her shoulder. Not rough, just insistent. She's up before her eyes open. Knife already moving toward threat. No threat. Just Chris. Just the medical storage room. Just the same darkness punctured by dying flashlight beams. Your shift, he says. She nods, takes position by the door. Chris lies down where she was. Still warm, his breathing slows in minutes, the kind of sleep that comes from months of running, years of not enough rest. Nataly listens to the building, studies the map by flashlight. They need to go deeper. Level 4, the research wings, where the infection was born, where answers might wait in sealed labs and locked computers. She traces the route with her finger, down 2 corridors, through a stairwell, past what the map calls hydroponics, past living quarters B and C. Then the research level. She memorizes the path, folds the map, checks her rifle, 17 rounds, plus the pistol, 9 more. Not enough if they run into a horde, but enough for careful shooting, enough if they're smart. Time passes. The hum never changes, like listening to the ocean, like white noise that becomes silence because it never stops. When Chris wakes, they eat the last of the protein bars, drink metallic water from the bathroom tap, repack their gear in careful order, everything in its place, everything where hands can find it without looking. Ready? Chris asks. Nataly shoulders her pack, checks the rifle again, nods. They move the barricade slowly, quietly. Open the door just enough to see into the commons. Empty. The gray from last night is gone, but its path remains, wet footprints tracking through dust, leading toward the corridor marked B-Wing. They go the other way, toward the research levels. The stairs descend in switchbacks, metal treads, pipe railings. Their boots ring against steel. No way to move quietly, so they move quickly instead. Down and down. Past level 2, where doors hang open and darkness bleeds from doorways. Past level 3, where something scratches behind a sealed hatch. Level 4. The door here is different, reinforced, with a keypad lock and a card reader. Both dead. No power to this section, but the door wasn't built to keep people out. It was built to keep something in. The crowbar works again. Sparks fly when metal meets metal. The door groans, bends, finally surrenders. Beyond is a new kind of dark, the kind that feels intentional, planned, like the light was removed on purpose. Chris's flashlight finds a sign, Research Wing Alpha, authorized personnel only. They step through. The corridor here is different, cleaner, the dust less thick, like air itself doesn't want to settle here. Like even particles know to stay away. Doors line both walls, small windows in each, reinforced glass. Chris checks the first one. Inside is a lab, benches, equipment, microscopes, centrifuges, and something else. Something that makes Chris step back. A gray. But wrong. It crouches in the corner, arms too long, fingers stretched into claws, its skin the usual gray-blue. But the eyes are different, not lifeless, not empty. Aware. It turns its head, slowly, tracks Chris's movement outside the window. Then it lunges at the glass. The impact sounds like a car crash. The window holds but cracks spiderweb across the surface. The gray pulls back, lunges again, systematic, purposeful. Chris and Nataly run, behind them more sounds. More impacts. Doors rattling, things inside that heard the noise, things that know they're here. The corridor branches, they take the right path, away from the sounds, deeper into the wing. More labs, more windows, more grays that aren't quite grays. Some with elongated limbs, some with skin that's translucent. Some that move with speed that shouldn't be possible. Experiments. The word arrives in Chris's mind unbidden. These were experiments. Before the blight. Before everything. Scientists trying to understand the infection, trying to cure it. Creating something worse. They find a lab with an open door. No choice. Behind them, the sounds grow closer. Glass breaking, metal bending, shuffling, becoming running. Inside the lab, they barricade with equipment. Stack it against the door. Benches, cabinets, anything heavy, then they breathe. The room is small, 10 feet by 15. More equipment. Computer terminals long dead, papers scattered across workbenches. Nataly grabs a folder, flips through pages. Subject 47. Enhanced cognitive function post-exposure. Increased aggression. Heightened sensory perception. She reads more. Her face goes flat, the way it does when something's too terrible to process. Chris, he takes the folder, reads. The scientists here weren't trying to cure the blight. They were trying to weaponize it. Make it stronger, faster, smarter. Turn the infected into something that could be controlled. Deployed. The blight wasn't an accident. It was a plan. Something hits the barricade, hard. The equipment shifts. Chris and Nataly both raise weapons, aim at the door. The sounds outside multiply. More grays gathering, more experiments finding prey. Nataly checks the room, finds another door. Locked, but with a simple handle. She shoots the lock. Once. The sound enormous in the enclosed space. The door opens to a specimen room. Freezers line the walls, most dark, but some still humming, still powered by the geothermal plant that never sleeps. In the center of the room, a nest. Not gray bodies, worse. Equipment arranged in a circle. Cables and wires creating a web, and at the center, an incubator, the kind used for growing cultures. The net for breeding samples. Inside the incubator, movement, small grays, tiny, child-sized but not children, never children. Things grown in artificial wombs, bred for purpose. Chris raises Mercy, the knife his sister gave him, the blade meant for Mercy. He smashes the incubator. The glass breaks, the small grays spill out, still, unmoving. They were never alive. Not really. Just tissue. Just science. Nataly finds a terminal here that still has power. She boots it. waits for the screen to flicker to life. Files load, research notes, video logs. She clicks one. A man appears, white coat, tired eyes. He speaks to the camera. Day 347 of Project Chrysalis. Subject batch echo showing promising results. Neural activity sustained post-transformation following commands at 62% accuracy. Recommend moving to field trials. The video cuts. Another log. Different man, same tired eyes. Containment breach on level 7. Recommend immediate evacuation. The alphas have static. When the video resumes, the lab behind him is chaos, alarms, red lights, and movement. Fast. Too fast to see clearly. The man screams. Screen goes black. Nataly closes the terminal, looks at Chris. They made this, she says. All of it. The blight. The grays. They made it and lost control. The barricade outside collapses. They have seconds. Chris spots a vent, high on the wall. He boosts Nataly up. She squeezes through. He follows, pulling himself into the metal shaft as the door below bursts open. The enhanced grays pour in. Fast, coordinated. Not like the shambling corpses on the surface. These move with purpose, with strategy. Chris and Nataly crawl through the vent, hands and knees on cold metal. The sound behind them like dogs chasing, like wolves. The vent opens 50 feet later. They fall into another corridor. This one marked Research Wing Beta. They run. The enhanced grays don't follow. Can't fit through the vent, but their sounds echo, screaming. Not the moan of surface grays, actual screams, rage, hunger, intelligence. Chris and Nataly find a sealed door, security checkpoint. They shoot the lock, stumble through, seal it behind them with a locking bar. Safe. For now, they collapse against opposite walls, breathing hard, hearts racing. Chris's lungs burn, the air thick with dust and chemical residue. He coughs, spits. Nataly sits against the far wall, her braid loose. Strands sticking to her face with sweat. The water recedes behind them, leaves them gasping on the stairs. Soaked, shaking, alive. Chris's lungs burn, salt taste in his mouth, not salt. Chemical runoff from the labs. He spits again. Nataly sits 3 steps down, her braid hangs heavy. Water streams from it, forms a puddle between her boots. We almost died down there. Chris nods. Almost. The word everyone uses. Almost dead. Almost bitten. Almost means nothing survived. She looks up at him, ice blue eyes reflecting emergency lights. Her face is pale, lips blue from cold. Thank you for pulling me out when the current hit. Chris remembers, her hand slipping under the surge, his arm reaching, fingers closing on her jacket, dragging her against the flow. You would have done the same. I did. 2 levels back, when you went under. He'd forgotten. The water was chaos, bodies and debris and darkness, everything blurred. Guess we're even. Nataly stands, moves up the stairs, stops beside him, close. He can feel heat radiating from her despite the cold water. We're not even. Her voice is quiet, raw. We're in debt. Both of us. We owe each other our lives about 6 times over now. Chris looks at her. Really looks. The scar on her hand, the burn from months ago, the bandana on her belt, David's bandana, her fiancé's, the man she lost. He's carried Maya's photo this whole time. His sister. The promise he made. Survive. Survive. Keep going. But Maya is gone. David is gone. Everyone is gone. Except them. Nataly's hand reaches up, touches his face. Her palm is cold, trembling. I'm tired of losing people. Me too. Then don't. Her eyes hold his. Don't be another person I lose. I won't. Promise. I promise. She pulls him down, or he leans in. Doesn't matter. Their lips meet, cold, then warm, then burning. The kiss is desperate, hungry. Weeks of proximity and danger and trust compressed into one moment. Chris's hand finds her wet braid, holds it, holds her. When they break apart, both are breathing hard, foreheads touching, water dripping between them. Took you long enough? Nataly's voice has the ghost of a smile in it. Thought I should ask first. Never ask. Just do. They kiss again, slower this time. Learning. The stairwell fades, the buried city fades, the grays fade. Just this, just them, just the moment of being alive together. Footsteps echo from below, distant but approaching. They break apart. Weapons up. The moment gone but not erased. Change something fundamental. Chris looks at Nataly. She nods. Partners. Something more now. They climb. Together. always together. Surfacing beckons, but now there's another reason to reach it. Not just survival, something worth surviving for. The raiders can wait. The Greys can wait. Right now they have each other. That's enough. The research wings, they've seen what they needed to see, learned what they needed to know. The blight wasn't an accident. It was a weapon, and somewhere down here the people who made it might still have the cure. Chapter 13. Fated Alliances. The sealed door holds. For an hour they listen to nothing. Then 2 hours. The enhanced Greys either lost interest or can't breach security barriers. Chris checks the map. They're deep now, level 6, past research, past the labs where humanity tried to play God and failed. This level is different. Living quarters, but not like the upper commons. These rooms were for staff, for the scientists and soldiers who worked in the facility before everything ended. The corridor stretches long, doors on both sides, some open, some closed, all dark. They move slowly. They move slowly, clearing each room, finding nothing but abandoned lives, beds unmade, clothes in lockers, photos on walls showing faces that smiled once, all gone now. In one room, Nataly finds a journal, handwritten, the penmanship neat, precise. She reads aloud in the flashlight beam. Day 89 in the facility. They're not telling us everything. Dr. Keene says the project is humanitarian, a vaccine against bioterrorism, but the screams from level 7, those aren't screams from people being saved. She flips pages. Day 120. I tried to leave, they won't let me. Say it's for security, for the good of the project. But I see the truth. We're not scientists anymore, we're prisoners. Last entry. Day 180. The alarms started an hour ago. Something got out, I can hear them in the corridors. Not human anymore. God forgive us. God forgive what we made. The journal ends. Nataly puts it in her pack. Documentation, evidence, proof of what happened here. They continue deeper into the residential section. More rooms, more abandoned lives, then voices. Actual voices, human, alive. Chris and Nataly freeze, listen. The voices come from ahead, multiple speakers. Arguing, they approach carefully, weapons ready, find the source. A common room, larger than the others. Tables, couches, and people. 8 survivors, maybe 10. Hard to count in the dim light. They've set up battery lamps, created a small camp here in the buried city. One man notices Chris and Nataly, stands quickly, hand moving to a pistol on his belt. Stop, he says, don't move. The others turn. Weapons appear. Not just pistols, rifles, makeshift spears. Chris and Nataly raise their hands, slowly. We're not infected, Nataly says, just passing through. The man studies them. Mid-40s, lean, eyes that have seen too much. A teacher's face, a leader's posture. Marcus, he says finally, these are my people. We've been down here 2 weeks. Came from the surface when the gray hordes got too thick. He gestures for them to lower weapons. The group complies. Slowly. Chris hesitates. Portland taught him trust costs. But these people have food, shelter, knowledge, and they're not pointing guns. Yet. Finally, Chris and Nataly step into the light. Put down their packs, but keep weapons close. Trust measured in increments. Never given wholesale. An older woman approaches. Gray hair, kind eyes, she wears medical scrubs. Elena, she introduces herself, used to be a nurse before. She looks at Chris's limp, at Nataly's burn scar. You're injured? Old wounds, Chris says. Elena nods, understanding. Everyone down here has old wounds. They're given water, real water, purified, and food. Canned vegetables, stale crackers. Tastes better than anything Chris has eaten in weeks. Marcus explains their situation. They found the facility by accident, fled from a gray surge on the surface, been living here ever since, scavenging, surviving, but supplies are running low. We need to reach the deep storage levels, Marcus says. Food, medicine. The map shows vaults on level 10, but we can't get through. Security doors. Locked. Need keycards or codes we don't have. Chris pulls out their map, the one from Ashton's Crossing, shows Marcus. We have schematics, Chris says. Might help. Marcus studies the map, his eyes light up. This is it. This is what we need. He looks at his people, then back at Chris and Nataly. Help us reach the storage. We'll share everything. 50-50. The group murmurs agreement, but one man stays silent, young, early 20s, nervous energy. He watches Chris and Nataly with something like suspicion. Ty. Elena whispers the name. He's been through a lot. Chris understands. They've all been through a lot. They spend the night with the survivors, share stories. Marcus talks about his students, how he tried to save them when the blight hit, how he failed. Elena describes the hospital, the infected pouring through doors, the staff who became greys. Ty doesn't talk, just watches. In the morning, they prepare for the journey. Level 10, 4 levels deeper. The group splits, Marcus, Elena, Ty, 2 others, plus Chris and Nataly. 7 people descending into darkness. The stairwells grow colder, the hum louder. On level 8, they pass the power grid. Massive turbines, still spinning, still generating electricity from heat deep in the earth. Level 9, the command center. Chris wants to stop, search for answers, but Marcus pushes on, focused on supplies, on survival. Level 10. The storage vaults stretch across an enormous cavern, natural cave system integrated with concrete bunkers. The doors are reinforced steel, magnetic locks, all inactive. No power to this section. Marcus tries to pry one open, fails. Chris examines the lock, finds a manual release. Hidden behind a panel, he triggers it. The door hisses, opens slowly. Inside, paradise, shelves of food, water, medicine. Enough for months, years. The group rushes in, filling packs, actually laughing. But Ty hangs back near the entrance, watching. Chris notices, approaches slowly. You okay? Chris asks. Ty's hand moves to his pistol. Fast. Trained. Step back, Ty says. Chris does. Hands visible, unthreatening. Marcus and the others stop. Turn. Ty. What are you doing? Marcus's voice is careful. Calm. What I should have done from the start, Ty says. He aims the pistol at Marcus, then swings it to Chris and Nataly. These 2 brought greys to our camp. Led them straight to us. I heard them in the vents, the enhanced ones. Mike, they're coming. No one brought them, Nataly says. They were already here. Liar. Ty's voice cracks. You're raiders. Taking our supplies. Taking everything. The pistol shakes in his hand. Marcus steps forward. Slow. Gentle. Ty. Son. Put it down. We're all tired. All scared. Ty backs toward the door. No. No more running. No more hiding. I'm taking half the supplies. I'm leaving. And if anyone follows, he doesn't finish. An alarm sounds. Deep. Resonant. The kind that means something critical has failed. The lights in the cavern flicker. Red emergency lighting activates. And from the stairwell, sounds. Not shuffling. Not shambling. Running. The enhanced greys from the research wing. They found a way down. Followed the sounds, the voices, the living. Ty's eyes go wide. He turns to run. Disappears into the stairwell. His footsteps echoing. Fading. A grey appears in the doorway. Fast. Impossibly fast, then another, then 6 more. Marcus shouts, everyone out, the side exit, now. The group scatters, Marcus and Elena leading half toward the emergency tunnel. Chris and Nataly breaking the opposite direction. The greys pour in, not random, organized, herding prey. Chris and Nataly find a service tunnel, marked on the map, emergency access. They squeeze through narrow for the enhanced greys to follow. Behind them, screaming, gunfire, the sounds of people fighting, surviving. They run until the sounds fade, until the tunnel opens into another level. Level 11, deeper still. They collapse against a wall, breathing, hearts hammering. Chris looks at Nataly. She looks back. Marcus and Elena made it out. Different exit. Probably heading back to level 6. Back to their camp. They'll survive. They know how. But Ty ran into the darkness alone, into the stairwells where the enhanced greys hunt. No words needed. They're alone again. Just the 2 of them and the buried city and whatever waits below. Chapter 14, Power Struggle. Level 11 is different. The architecture changes. Less refined, more industrial. Exposed pipes run along ceilings, hisses from joints. The heat increases with every step. They're near the geothermal plant, the heart of the facility, where heat from the earth becomes electricity, where machines keep the buried city breathing. The map shows the main grid on level 8, but auxiliary systems run through 11, maintenance access, control stations, ways to reroute power if primary systems fail. Chris and Nataly need those systems online, need lights in the dark, need sealed doors to work, need any advantage against the enhanced grays. They find a control room. Door sealed but not locked. Inside, monitors, switches, circuit breakers, most inactive but some still lit. Green lights, active systems. Nataly studies the panels. Used to work with field generators in the military. This is bigger, but the principle's the same. She flips switches, tests circuits, finds that most of the facility runs on emergency power. Minimal, just enough to keep essential systems alive. But if we bring the main grid back online, she says, full power. We can lock down sections, control the lifts, maybe trap the enhanced ones in the research levels. How long? Chris asks. Nataly checks the readings. Hours. Maybe all night. I need to restart the primary turbines. Bypass safety locks. It's not designed to be done manually. They hear sounds in the corridor, distant but approaching. The enhanced grays are searching, hunting, no choice. Chris barricades the door, stacks equipment, wedges a pipe through the handle, then helps Nataly. She walks him through it, which switches to flip, which breakers to reset. They work in tandem, one reading instructions from a faded manual, one executing. The turbines respond, slowly. The hum increases, changes pitch, becomes a roar, the monitors flicker. Show new data, power levels rising, systems coming online. But the noise draws attention. Something slams against the barricade, hard. The door bends inward. Keep working, Chris says. He draws mercy, positions himself between Nataly and the door. Another impact. The pipe through the handle bends, holds, barely. Nataly's hands move faster, flipping switches, entering commands on a keyboard. The system's old, pre-blight, built to last, but not built to restart after years of neglect. The door buckles. An arm reaches through, gray skin, elongated fingers, claws where nails should be. Chris cuts the arm, mercy slicing clean. The arm withdraws. Screaming from outside, but more impacts follow. More arms, more claws. Nataly shouts over the turbine roar. Almost there. 30 seconds. Chris holds position, slashing at anything that comes through. His shoulder throbs. The wound from the ambush, never fully healed, just managed. The door fails. Enhanced grays pour in. 3, 4. Moving with speed that defies death. Chris fights, mercy flashing in the red emergency light. He drops 1, 2. But they're fast, too fast. One gets past him, lunges at Nataly. She doesn't look up, just pulls her pistol, fires blind. The gray's head snaps back, drops. Now Nataly screams. She slams a final switch. The facility goes dark, complete dark. Even the emergency lights die. Then, a sound like the earth splitting. The main turbines engage, all at once. Full power after years of sleep. Lights flood the control room. Brilliant white, blinding. The enhanced grays screech, cover their eyes, years in darkness. The light burns them. Chris and Nataly run, through the door, into the corridor. Behind them the grays recover, follow. But slower now, hesitant. Every light in the facility blazes, corridors bright as day, the buried city waking from its long sleep. Nataly runs toward a junction, finds a terminal, logs in with credentials from the research wing. She brings up a schematic, all 12 levels displayed, shows gray concentrations, heat signatures. Most are in the research wings, but some have spread. Level 9, level 10, and here on 11, she triggers lockdown protocols. One by one, sealing sections, trapping grays behind reinforced doors. The enhanced ones behind them hit a security barrier. It slams shut, cutting them off. But the system shows a problem. Level 12, the deepest level. The nest. 37 heat signatures, all clustered around one central mass. The Alpha. Chris and Nataly stare at the screen. We can't reach command without going through there, Nataly says. The command center, level 9. Where answers wait, where the truth about the cure lives in archived files. But to get there, they need to descend or find another path. The map shows elevator shafts, service corridors, maintenance tubes, all pass through level 12. No way around, only through. Chris checks his ammunition, 11 rounds in the rifle, 6 in the pistol, mercy on his belt. Not enough. Nataly counts hers. 8 rounds, plus the knife. Still not enough. They need weapons. Real weapons. The kind made for war. The map shows an armory, level 11, deep storage, 2 corridors over. They move. The facility with full power is different. Not just light. Ventilation activates. Fresh air, cool, the smell of oil and metal instead of decay. They find the armory, door locked, but the control system responds to Nataly's stolen credentials. Inside, a small arsenal, rifles, shotguns, pistols, and ammunition. Boxes of it, enough for a siege. They load up. Chris takes a tactical shotgun, pump action, 8 rounds plus ammunition for his pistol. Nataly upgrades her rifle. Adds a scope, a laser sight. They also find grenades, not explosive, flashbangs, smoke, tools for confusion, for escape, and in the back, something else. Flamethrowers. 2 of them. Military grade, fuel tanks half full, fire. The one thing Greys fear more than anything. Chris straps one on, tests the trigger. A gout of flame lights the armory, hot, angry, alive. This'll work, he says. They prep for descent, check every weapon, every tool, fill packs with ammunition and supplies. Then they review the map one more time. Level 12, the nest, where the Alpha waits with its horde. They can try to sneak through, unlikely, or fight their way, more unlikely, or they can do something else. Nataly points to a section of the schematic, the geothermal plant, the turbines, the heat exchangers. If we overload the system, she says, vent all the heat into level 12. Cook everything down there. Chris studies the plan. It could work, but it could also destabilize the whole facility, bring the mountain down on their heads, or it could save them. Kill the Alpha, clear the path to command. How long to set it up? Chris asks. 2 hours, Nataly says, maybe 3. They have time. The lockdown holds, the enhanced Greys trapped behind doors that won't open without authorization. They return to the control room, work through the night, rerouting systems, overriding safety protocols, turning the geothermal plant from a power source into a weapon. It's delicate work. One wrong command and the turbines could explode. Take half the mountain with them, but Nataly's steady, confident, her military training showing through. Chris watches her work, sees the focus, the competence, understands why she survived this long. Dawn comes somewhere on the surface. They don't see it, don't feel it. Down here, time doesn't exist, just tasks, just survival. Finally, ready. Nataly's hand hovers over the final switch. Once I trigger this, we have 30 minutes. Then every heat exchanger on level 12 opens, vents 2,000 degrees into the nest. Everything down there stops being alive. But we need to be on level 9 by then, Chris says, or we cook 2. Nataly nods, studies the map, marks their route through the service corridors, up the emergency stairs. Fast. She looks at Chris. You ready? He is. She flips the switch. Alarm sound, different from before, deeper, more urgent. The turbines begin to whine, building pressure, building heat. They run. Chapter 15, Hidden Truths. The service corridors are narrow, tight, built for maintenance crews, not for running. But they run anyway, behind them, below them. The facility groans, the turbines scream. Building pressure, the geothermal plant becoming a bomb on a timer. 27 minutes. They climb stairs, legs burning, lungs raw. The heat rises with them. The air itself feels heavy, thick. Level 12 below them cooks, the temperature rising, degree by degree. 23 minutes. They reach level 10, the storage vaults, where Marcus and his people fell. The bodies are still here, already going gray. The infection works fast when death comes violent. Chris and Nataly don't stop, don't look. Level 9, the command center. The door here is massive, blast-rated, with a proper security station, card readers, biometric scanners, voice authorization. All inactive. Nataly tries her stolen credentials. Denied. Chris checks the map. No manual override, no emergency release. 15 minutes. They can't go back, can't go down. The heat will kill them. Turn them to ash before the flames even arrive. Nataly examines the door, finds an access panel, prees it open with her knife. Inside, wiring, circuit boards, the electronic guts of the lock. She pulls wires, tests connections. Her hands move with precision, with memory. Something from before. From training. Chris stands guard. watches the corridor, listens for movement. The facility's too bright now, too loud, the alarms never stop. 12 minutes. Something clicks in the panel. The door hisses, begins to open. Slowly. Too slowly. Chris helps, grabs the edge, pulls. Nataly joins him. Together they force the door wide enough to squeeze through. Inside the command center is cool, climate-controlled, a different world from the burning levels below. The space is vast, rows of computer terminals. Massive screens covering the walls. Maps, schematics, data displays showing facility status. All systems green, all sections nominal, except level 12, which shows red. Critical temperature, evacuation recommended. No one left to evacuate, 9 minutes. They seal the door behind them. Lock it. The command center becomes a bunker. Reinforced, insulated, built to survive anything. They hope. Nataly finds a central terminal, the command station, where facility directors once sat, where decisions were made that ended the world. She logs in. The system accepts her stolen credentials here. Full access, files open, thousands of them, research logs, personnel records, security footage, communications, the entire history of the facility. Waiting. 7 minutes. Chris finds what they came for. Project Chrysalis, the origin of the Blight. He opens the file, reads. The project began 5 years before the outbreak, a joint military corporate venture. The goal, create a biological weapon that could incapacitate enemy populations, turn them docile, controllable. They used a modified virus engineered to target the brain, specifically the prefrontal cortex, the part that makes decisions, that makes someone human. Early tests on animals showed promise. The virus worked, made subjects passive, easy to direct. Then they tested on people. Volunteers at first. Prisoners offered reduced sentences. Homeless offered money. The desperate and forgotten. The virus changed them. Made them slow, made them follow commands. But something went wrong. The test subjects began to deteriorate. Cognitive function collapsed. Motor control failed. They became shambling, aggressive. They attacked handlers, attacked each other. The scientists tried to fix it, tried to refine the virus, make it stable. They made it worse. Subject 47 showed enhanced aggression, enhanced speed, enhanced hunting instincts. They called it progress. 5 minutes. Nataly finds another file, video logs. She plays one. A woman appears on screen. Lab coat, exhausted eyes. She speaks to the camera. Dr. Sarah Keene, head of Chrysalis Project. Day 403, we've lost containment on level 7. The alpha subjects have breached quarantine. Recommend immediate facility lockdown and surface evacuation protocols. The video cuts, another log, same woman but different. Her coat torn, face bruised. Day 405. The alphas have reached level 4. We've sealed the upper commons, but casualties are... She pauses, her voice breaks. My team is gone. Everyone... I'm transmitting all reach data to external servers. Someone needs to know what we did here, what we created. Static. When the image returns, she's in a different room. Smaller, darker, barricaded. Day 410. Final log. The facility is lost. The virus has spread to the surface through the ventilation system. We tried to contain it. Tried to. Her hands shake. God forgive us. We made hell. We made it and released it. And now a sound off camera, screaming, not hers. She pulls a pistol, aims it at the door, then turns it on herself. The screen goes black. 3 minutes. Chris and Nataly stand in the command center, surrounded by the truth, by the evidence of humanity's greatest failure. They made the Blight, made it on purpose, tried to weaponize death, control it, use it, and they failed. Everyone failed. Nataly's hands tremble. She sits, stares at the screen. David, she whispers. Her fiancé, the man she lost in the first weeks. He worked security here before. He never told me what they were doing. Just said it was classified, important. She laughs. Bitter. Cold. He was guarding the people who ended the world. Chris kneels beside her, says nothing. No words help. No words fix this. 1 minute. The facility shudders. The first heat exchanger vents. Superheated steam floods level 12. The temperature spikes. 2,000 degrees, then 3,000. Everything organic combusts. Grays. Furniture. The nest itself, all gone. The shuddering continues, intensifies. The mountain groaning. the earth itself protesting. Then, silence. The alarms stop, the temperature readings normalize. Level 12 shows dead, sterile, cleared. They did it, killed the alpha, killed the enhanced greys, cleared the path, but Nataly doesn't celebrate, just stares at the screen. At the frozen image of Dr. Keene, the woman who made the monster. Chris searches more files, looking for something, anything. He finds it. Project Lazarus, a secondary initiative, started after Chrysalis went wrong. A cure. They were developing a cure. A counter-virus. Something to reverse the infection, restore cognitive function, bring people back. The research was promising, reached clinical trial phase. But the outbreak happened before testing completed. The cure prototypes are in deep storage. Level 10, Vault 7, where Marcus and his people died. Nataly stands, wipes her eyes, looks at Chris. We can go back, she says. Get the cure. It might work or it might not, Chris says. Might be too late. Everyone already turned. Nataly pulls David's dog tags from under her shirt, studies them, the metal worn, the engraving faded. We have to try, she says, for everyone gone, everyone who didn't deserve this. Chris nods. They gather everything, download files to portable drives, take maps, take evidence, documentation of what happened here, proof of who's responsible. Then they leave command, return to level 10. The storage vaults are different now. Cooler, the heat from below dissipating. The bodies of Marcus's people lie where they fell. Chris and Nataly move them, gently, line them up, cover them with sheets from the supply vault. Elena, Marcus, Ty. The others, they deserve better, deserve to live. But the world stopped caring about deserving. Vault 7 is smaller, medical storage, refrigerated, the power kept it cold, kept samples viable. Inside they find rows of vials, blue liquid, labels reading Serum Epsilon 7, Project Lazarus, the cure. Nataly takes 12 vials, packs them carefully, wrapped in cloth, protected. This changes everything, she says. If it works, Chris says, it has to work. They rest in the vault, eat, drink, sleep in shifts. The command center gave them answers, gave them purpose, gave them something worth climbing back to the surface for. When they wake, Chris asks about David, about what Nataly knew, what she didn't. She tells him everything. How they met, how he proposed at a lake in the mountains, how he promised her safety, a future, a life away from war. Then the blight came. David evacuated her from the city, brought her to his family's cabin, said he had to go back, had to help, had a duty. She never saw him again. Found out later he was at the facility, guarding the scientists, guarding the people who made the virus that took him. There's irony there, she says, the kind that makes you want to scream or laugh or both. Chris tells her about Maya, his sister, how she was studying biology, wanted to cure diseases, save people. When the blight hit, she went to a hospital, volunteered, tried to help the infected, tried to understand the virus. She got bit, turned in 3 days. Chris had to end it, had to give mercy. That's why he calls the knife mercy, Maya's last gift, her last request. Make it quick, she said. Don't let me become one of them. He did, made it quick, clean, carries that weight every day. They sit in the vault, two people who lost everything, who found something in each other. Not romance, not yet, just understanding, just the comfort of shared grief. Eventually they sleep, real sleep, deep, the kind that only comes when the immediate danger passes, when the body finally admits exhaustion. They dream of the world before, of people and places and moments that will never come again. When they wake, the facility is quiet, still bright, still powered, but empty. The enhanced grays gone, the threat neutralized, time to move. Chapter 16, Cure Hunt. They spend 2 days in the facility, mapping, searching, gathering. The command center becomes base. They sleep in the director's quarters, comfortable beds, real pillows, luxuries they forgot existed. Nataly catalogs the cure samples, studies the research notes, learns how to administer the serum, dosage, method, side effects, the notes warn of complications, fever, hallucinations, extreme fatigue. The cure fights the virus, burns it out. But the process is violent, traumatic. Some test subjects died, hearts stopped, Brains couldn't handle the reversal, but others survived, recovered, became human again. 73% success rate in early trials, better than nothing, better than gray forever. Chris explores the other levels, finds supplies, food, water, medical equipment. He loads a cart, fills it, prepares for the journey back to surface. They can't stay here. The buried city is a tomb, a monument to failure. They need to leave, need to share the cure. Give people hope. On the third day, they're ready. They pack light, just essentials, ammunition, food. The cure samples, wrapped in insulated containers, temperature controlled, fragile. The route back is different. They avoid the research levels, take service corridors, emergency stairs. Level by level they rise. The facility shows scars from their fight, blast doors sealed, corridors scorched. The smell of burned meat on level 12, even through the sealed hatches. They reach level 3, the living quarters, where they first met the survivors, where Marcus's group camped before. The space is still set up, battery lamps, bedrolls, supplies. They take what they need, leave the rest. Someone else might come, might need it. Level 2. Then 1, the upper commons, where they first entered. The cafeteria with overturned trays and dust-covered tables. Daylight filters through ventilation shafts. Real daylight, not artificial, not from generators. They've been underground 5 days. Feels like 5 months. The exit is where they left it. The blast door they forced open, still ajar, light streaming through. They approach carefully, listen. The sounds from outside are familiar. Wind, birds, the rustle of leaves. No gray moans, no shuffle drag of infected feet. Chris pushes the door wider, steps into daylight. The forest waits, autumn giving way to early winter. The trees bare, the ground covered in frost, cold, clean, alive. Nataly follows, breathes deep, fresh air. No metal taste, no recycled atmosphere. They're back. The journey to Nataly's cottage takes 2 days. They move carefully, avoiding roads, staying in heavy brush. Grays still roam, but fewer than before. The winter slows them, makes them sluggish, easier to avoid. They see evidence of the raiders, Callahan's crew, red spray paint marking trees, territory markers. Chris plans to deal with them. Eventually, but not yet. First the cure, first proof it works. The cottage appears through the trees, still standing, still secure. The tripwires still set, the perimeter intact. Home. They enter, the space exactly as they left it. Fireplace cold, shelves stocked, Nataly's journal on the table, David's dog tags beside it. Chris starts a fire while Nataly inventories their supplies. They have enough food for 2 weeks. Water from the well, the cure samples in their temperature-controlled case. Now they need to test it. But on who? They can't risk it on themselves, can't waste samples on trial and error. They need an infected, a gray, recently turned. Someone the serum might save. The next morning they scout, looking for lone grays, stragglers, the kind that wander lost, confused. They find one by midday. A woman, middle-aged, wearing the remains of a business suit, probably turned in the early days, when people still dressed for work, for normalcy. She shambles through the trees, slow, no awareness, just hunger without purpose. Chris approaches from behind, uses a net they fashioned from paracord, throws it over her. She thrashes, moans, but can't break free. They drag her back to the cottage, bind her in the root cellar, hands and feet secured, mouth gagged to prevent bites. Nataly prepares the syringe. The serum glows blue in the vial. Beautiful, like liquid sky. The injection goes into the gray's arm. Intravenous. Straight to the bloodstream. The gray convulses, eyes rolling, body arching. Then still. For a moment, Chris thinks they've ended her, that the cure is just another way to perish. But then, movement. The gray's focus, tracking, aware. Her skin begins to flush. Gray-blue fading to pale pink, blood flow returning, heart beating properly, brain reconnecting. She starts to scream. Not the moan of the infected. Real screaming. Human. Confused. Terrified. Nataly removes the gag. Speaks softly, calmly. You're safe. You're safe. It's over. The woman's eyes find Nataly. Lock on. Tears stream down her face. The fever comes at hour 6. Patricia's skin flushes. Pink spreading from her core outward. Her breath quickens. Shallow gasps. Nataly checks vitals. Pulse at 140. Temperature 103. This is normal. The serum fighting the infection. Burns it out. Patricia's eyes roll back. Her body convulses. Back arching off the floor. Tendons standing out on her neck. Chris holds her shoulders. Keeps her from thrashing. From hurting herself. The convulsions last 90 seconds. Feel like hours. When they stop, Patricia lies still. Too still. Nataly presses fingers to her throat. Pulse there, weak but steady. We wait. How long? 24 hours, maybe 48. Hour 12. Patricia wakes screaming, eyes wide, seeing things that aren't there. They're coming. They're in the walls. Can't you hear them? No one's there. Chris's voice firm. You're safe. But Patricia doesn't hear, doesn't see them. She sees grays, sees the building where she was bit, sees 2 years of lost time compressed into nightmare. She fights, claws at nothing. Nataly administers a sedative. Low dose, enough to take the edge off. Patricia's screaming fades to whimpers, then silence. Hour 18. She vomits. Black bile. The infection leaving her body through every exit. Nataly cleans her. Patient. Gentle. This is the worst part. The body rejecting itself. Hour 24. Patricia's fever breaks, sweat soaking her clothes, but her skin is pink, human pink, not gray-blue. Hour 36, she opens her eyes, clear, focused, water. Chris brings it. She drinks slow, careful. You brought me back. The serum brought you back. We just kept you alive while it worked. Patricia closes her eyes, sleeps. Real sleep now, healing sleep. Nataly sits back, exhausted. That's what it takes. That's the cost. Chris understands. The cure works, but it's brutal. A second death to escape the first. Not everyone will survive this, even with the serum. No, but some will. That's more than we had before. Where? She coughs, her voice raw. Where am I? You're in the forest, Nataly says. You were infected. Turned. We gave you a cure. You're human again. The woman sobs, great heaving gasps. Chris and Nataly don't restrain her. Just let her process. Let her grieve what she lost. Eventually she calms, looks at them with clear eyes. Human eyes. How long? She asks. We don't know, Chris says. Could be months, could be years. My family. She stops, remembers. I was in the office, the building. There were so many. They came through the doors. I tried to run, but... She touches her shoulder, where a scar shows, where she was bit. That was 2 years ago, the early days. She's been gray for 2 years, and now she's back. The cure works. They keep her in the cottage, monitor her. The fever comes that night, just like the research notes predicted. She burns, sweats, hallucinates. Nataly cools her with wet cloths, forces water between her lips, keeps her alive. Chris stands watch, keeps the fire going, keeps the darkness back. By dawn, the fever breaks. The woman sleeps, real sleep, restorative, healing. When she wakes, she's weak, hungry, but human, fully human. She tells them her name, Patricia. She was an accountant, had a husband, 2 kids, all gone now, turned or ended in the chaos. She has nothing, no one, but she's alive, and that means something. They feed her, give her clean clothes from storage, a place to rest, and they plan. The cure works. 73% success rate. Those are good odds. Better than anything else in this broken world. They need to distribute it. Find survivors, find infected who can still be saved, give people hope. But they only have 11 vials left. 11 chances. 11 people who can come back from the edge. Not enough. They need more. Need to return to the buried city, access the labs, learn to synthesize the serum, make more. But first, they need safety. Security can't do any of that with raiders and gray hordes threatening. They need allies, need to find other survivors, build something stronger than just 2 people in a cottage. Patricia agrees to help. She knows the area, lived here before, knows where people might gather, where communities might form. There's an outpost, she says. Trading post, about 40 miles northeast, called Haven's Rest, run by a former military commander, fair but strict. They trade food, ammunition, information, if anywhere survived. Chris and Nataly look at each other, nod. They pack, the cure samples, weapons, supplies. Patricia joins them, still weak but mobile, determined. 3 people heading northeast, toward hope. toward Haven's Rest, toward whatever comes next. Chapter 17, Rising Tides. The journey takes 5 days. Winter settles hard, snow falls in thick sheets, covering tracks, covering everything. The cold slows the grays even more. Some freeze mid-step, becoming statues, ice sculptures of what used to be human. Chris leads, Patricia in the middle, Nataly guarding rear. Standard formation, safe formation. They avoid roads, stick to forest paths, game trails, the kind that wind between trees too thick for vehicles. On the second day, they find a stream, fast-moving, not frozen yet. They refill water bottles, purify with tablets. The water tastes like metal and earth, but clean, safe. That night, they camp in a ravine, protected from wind, hidden from sight. Chris builds a small fire, just enough for warmth, not enough to draw attention. Patricia talks, needs to process 2 years of lost time. She asks about the world, about what happened, about how bad it got. Nataly tells her, gently, about the collapse, the governments falling, the military fracturing, humanity reduced to scattered groups, scavenging, surviving, about the greys, how they migrate with seasons, how they hunt, how they're drawn to noise and light and life. Patricia cries again, not sobbing, just silent tears, grief for a world that doesn't exist anymore. But she's alive. That's something. On the 4th day, they reach the edge of Ashton's Crossing, the town where Chris was ambushed, where this all started. The place looks different in winter, snow covering the collapsed buildings, making everything soft, almost peaceful. They circle wide, avoiding the town center, avoiding the warehouse where the raiders stash supplies. But they see evidence of activity, tire tracks in snow, boot prints, fresh ones. Callahan's crew is still here, still operating. Chris marks it. Mental note. Eventually he'll return. Settle that debt, but not today. On the 5th day, they spot the outpost. Haven's Rest sits in a valley, protected by natural ridges. The settlement is organized, planned. Walls made from salvaged vehicles, watchtowers at corners, smoke rising from buildings inside. Civilization, or what passes for it now. They approach slowly, hands visible, weapons holstered. A voice calls from the wall, stop, identify. Chris steps forward, we're survivors. Looking for trade, for information, we have medical supplies. The voice pauses, then, wait there. Minutes pass, then a gate opens, just wide enough for them to enter single file. Inside the outpost is busy, 50 people maybe, more, working, trading, living, children run between buildings, actual children, laughing, playing. Chris hasn't seen children in months, didn't think any survived. A woman approaches, mid-40s, military bearing, short dark hair, East Asian features. She wears tactical gear but clean, well-maintained. Commander Sarah Chen, she extends a hand. Welcome to Haven's Rest. A thin man watches from the supply station. Nervous energy. He counts crates, recounts them. His eyes flick to Chris and Nataly, then away. Too quickly. Chen notices Chris noticing. That's Vincent. Inventory manager, keeps everything running. Good with numbers. Chris nods, but something nags. The way Vincent moved, the way he looked away like guilt trying to hide. He files it away. Everyone has secrets. Doesn't mean they're dangerous. Chris shakes, introduces himself. Nataly. Patricia. Chen studies Patricia, notes her condition. Recently turned, Patricia says, they cured me. Chen's eyes shift to Chris and Nataly. Sharp. Evaluating. You have a cure? Nataly pulls a vial from her pack. Carefully, shows Chen the blue liquid. Serum Epsilon 7. From a research facility, it works. We've tested it. Chen's expression doesn't change, but something shifts behind her eyes. Hope, carefully controlled, come with me. She leads them to a building in the outpost center, larger than others, a community hall. Inside, tables, chairs, maps on walls, a council room. 5 people wait inside, civilians, various ages. The council, Chen explains, they govern Haven's Rest through consensus. Chris and Nataly present their case, show the cure, explain the buried city, the research, the truth about the blight. The council listens, asks questions, debates. Finally, they agree. Haven's Rest will help provide security, resources, in exchange for access to the cure, for knowledge of how to make more, fair trade. But there's a problem. A gray horde approaches. Massive. 100 strong, the largest surge in months. They're drawn by the outpost, by the concentration of living people, by warmth and light and noise. The horde will arrive in 2 days, maybe 3. Haven's Rest has defenses, walls, weapons, but not enough for a horde this size. Chen shows them surveillance footage, grainy, black and white, taken from watchtowers. The grays fill the screen, a sea of shambling bodies, moving slowly but inevitably, like a tide. We can't fight that many, Chen says. We'll have to evacuate, abandon the outpost. Unless... Nataly studies the footage, looks at Chris. The cure. If we could turn some of them, make them human again. Break the horde from inside. It's risky. The cure takes time, and not everyone survives the process. But it's a chance, Chen considers. Then nods. We'll try, but we need more than 11 vials. The buried city, Chris says. We can go back, access the labs, learn to synthesize the serum. How long? Nataly calculates. 2 days to get there. 1 day to find the synthesis equipment. 1 day to produce viable serum. 2 days back. 6 days. The horde arrives in 3. Not enough time. But then Patricia speaks. There was another facility, smaller, a satellite lab, about 20 miles from here. I used to handle their accounts. They were part of Project Lazarus, too. Might have samples. Equipment, Chen sends scouts. They return in hours. Confirm the location. The lab is intact, sealed, possibly still stocked. A team forms. Chris, Nataly, Chen. 4 soldiers from Haven's Rest. They leave at dawn, moving fast. The satellite lab waits in the hills, a bunker built into rock, camouflaged, hidden. The entrance is sealed, security still active. But Chen has military clearance codes, old ones, pre-blight. She tries them. The door opens. Inside the lab is pristine, untouched. The researchers evacuated properly, shut down systems, preserved samples. And in the back, a freezer stocked with vials, blue liquid, serum Epsilon 7, 50 vials, more than enough. They also find synthesis equipment, portable, designed for field deployment, instructions included, everything they need. They load the supplies, return to Haven's Rest, begin preparing. The horde is 1 day out now, close enough to see from watchtowers. A dark mass on the horizon, moving slow but steady. Nataly sets up the synthesis equipment, starts producing more serum, following instructions, measuring carefully. Each vial takes 30 minutes, but they have time, just barely. Chris works with Chen, planning the defense. They'll use the cure as weapon, load darts with serum, shoot into the horde. Turn Greys back to human, create chaos, break their coordination. It's unconventional, risky, might not work, but it's all they have. Night falls. The horde camps just outside visual range, waiting for dawn, for light, for the moment to attack. Haven's Rest prepares. Everyone, even children, help load magazines, sharpen stakes, reinforce walls. Chris finds Nataly in the lab. She's produced 20 new vials. Working on more, her hands shake, exhaustion, stress. He takes her hands, stills them, looks in her eyes. We'll make it, he says. We've come this far. She looks back, ice blue eyes, tired but determined. I know, she says, then quieter. I'm glad you're here, glad I found you. Chris doesn't answer, just pulls her close, holds her. They stand like that. 2 people who've been through hell, who found each other in the dark, who might not survive tomorrow. But who have tonight? When they separate, Nataly returns to work. Chris goes to the wall, takes position, waits. Dawn comes cold and gray. The horde rises, begins moving again toward Haven's Rest, toward the living. The siege begins. Chapter 18, Raider Reckoning. Chris dreams of Callahan's face, the scar tissue, the missing ear, the smile that isn't a smile, just teeth and hate. He wakes to Nataly shaking his shoulder. You were talking about the raiders. He sits up. The cottage is cold. Dawn light filters through shutters. They're out there. Chris knows it, feels it. Callahan isn't the type to forget, to forgive. We killed his men, burned his stash. He'll come. Nataly checks her rifle, loads it. Then we be ready. But ready doesn't mean much. Not against someone like Callahan, a man who ruled through fear and violence, who survived the blight by becoming worse than it. Chris remembers the warehouse, the way Callahan moved, calculated, patient. Not a scavenger, a predator. They fortify through the morning, reinforce the cottage walls, set extra tripwires, prepare fallback positions. Ty arrives at noon, says there's been talk in the settlements, raiders probing defenses, asking about a man with a limp and a woman with a platinum braid. They're hunting you. Specifically, Chris expected this. Callahan is the type to make examples, to punish defiance. How many in his crew? Ty hesitates. 12, maybe 15. They have vehicles. Weapons. They hit fast and hard. Nataly calculates. 2 against 15. Bad odds. Even with defenses, we could leave. Go deeper into the forest. Chris considers this, shakes his head. Running means looking over shoulders forever, means bringing danger to wherever they go next. We end it here. The sound comes at dusk. Engines. Multiple vehicles tearing through the forest. The sound Chris has been waiting for. They're not trying to be quiet, want to be heard, want fear to arrive before they do. Chris and Nataly take positions. The cottage becomes a fortress. Small, defendable, every angle covered. The trucks burst into the clearing. 3 of them, modified, armored, men hanging off the sides, weapons ready. The lead vehicle stops, door opens, Callahan steps out. He's bigger than Chris remembered. Or maybe danger makes things larger. His scarred face catches the dying light. The missing ear a shadow on the side of his head. Found you. His voice carries. Confident. He's done this before. Cornered prey. Watched them break. Chris says nothing, just centers his rifle on Callahan's chest. You took my stash. Callahan continues. Casual, conversational. Shot up my men, brought Grays down on us. That has a price. It was survival. Chris calls back, nothing personal. Callahan laughs. The sound is ugly, broken glass and rust. Everything's personal now. The world ended. All we got left is personal. He signals. His men spread out, surrounding the cottage, cutting off escape routes. They've done this before. Practiced, you pay. Both of you. Callahan pulls a pistol, long barrel revolver, looks pre-blight, well maintained, and when I'm done here, everyone knows. You don't cross Callahan's crew. Chris measures distances, angles, 12 raiders, maybe 15. He and Nataly have 2 rifles, the shotgun, limited ammunition, the propane tank. The math doesn't work, unless they change the equation. Nataly's hand moves. Subtle, points, the propane tank, 20 yards away, near the woodpile. Chris understands, nods slightly. What do you want? Chris stalls, buys time, thinks. Everything. Callahan's smile widens. Your supplies, your weapons, your lives if I'm feeling mean. He pauses, which I am. The raiders close in, slow, methodical, experienced. They've done this before. Raided, taken, survived. Callahan raises his pistol, aims at Chris. This is how it ends, not with Grays. With men who became monsters without the infection. Now, the Grays hit the walls at midday, hundreds of them, pressing forward, climbing over each other, creating ramps of bodies, living siege equipment. Haven's Rest responds, gunfire from towers, controlled bursts, aimed shots, every round counts. But more important, the dart guns. Chris and Nataly work from the east tower, loading darts with cure serum, firing into the horde, each dart carrying hope, each shot a chance for reversal. The first Gray hit by a dart stumbles, falls, convulses, then goes still. Chris thinks it failed, that the cure didn't work under stress, under combat conditions, but then the Gray rises, eyes clearing, skin flushing, human again, confused, terrified, but human. The newly cured person stumbles away from the horde, toward the wall, hands raised, unarmed. Haven's Rest opens a side gate, pulls them inside, gives them blankets, water, safety, one saved. Chris and Nataly fire again, and again. Dart after dart, each hit another person returned, another life reclaimed. But the horde is vast, and they only have so many darts, so much serum. By afternoon, they've cured 20, maybe 30, a fraction of the attacking mass. The Grays breach the north wall, pour through, hand-to-hand combat erupts, knives, bats, desperation. Chen leads the defense, calm, professional. Her soldiers hold the line, barely. Chris and Nataly descend from the tower. Join the fight, close quarters, no room for shooting, just blades, mercy slashes, Nataly's knife darts. They move in sync, partners. Practiced, they push the Grays back, seal the breach with welded metal, Salvaged car doors, anything that blocks but more breaches open. East wall, south gate. The Horde adapts, learns, pushes where defenses are weakest. By evening, Haven's Rest is losing. Then, gunfire from outside, different weapons, different cadence. Raiders, Callahan's crew. Drawn by the commotion, by the concentration of survivors and supplies, they attack from the west, vehicles modified with armor, mounted guns, not aiming for the Greys, aiming for the outpost. Opportunists. Scavengers, using the siege as cover to raid. Haven's Rest faces two threats now, Greys from three sides, Raiders from the fourth. Chen makes a decision, redirect half the defenders, focus on Raiders. The Greys are slow, the Raiders are the immediate danger. Chris volunteers, takes a team. 5 soldiers. They exit through a hidden sally port, circle around, come at the Raiders from behind. Nataly stays, keeps firing cure darts, keeps saving who she can. Chris's team moves through the chaos, Greys everywhere, but focused on the outpost. Not interested in 6 people moving parallel, they reach the Raiders' position, 3 vehicles, 12 people, firing at the wall, not noticing the team behind them. Chris signals. They open fire. Controlled. Precise. Military discipline. 5 Raiders drop before they realize the threat. The rest scatter, take cover behind vehicles. Gunfight. Chris behind a boulder, trading shots with a Raider behind a truck. Neither hitting, just noise and sparks and wasted ammunition. Then he recognizes the truck. The spray paint, red, Callahan's mark. These are the same Raiders, the ones who ambushed him, the ones who started everything. Callahan himself appears, scarred face, missing ear, barking orders, rallying his crew. Chris aims, careful, slow breath, squeezes trigger, miss. The round sparks off metal. Callahan ducks, returns fire, bullets whine past Chris's head. The fight continues. Minutes. Feels like hours. Then one of Chen's soldiers throws a smoke grenade. White clouds billow, obscuring vision. Chris runs forward, uses the cover, closes distance, comes face to face with Callahan in the smoke. They grapple, no guns, just fists, knives. Callahan is bigger, stronger, but Chris is desperate, angry. Months of rage channeled into violence. Mercy finds flesh. Once, twice. Callahan screams, pulls back. Chris doesn't stop, presses, drives the blade home. Callahan falls, gone. The other Raiders see their leader drop, lose morale, break, flee. Their vehicles roaring away into the dark. Chris's team returns to Haven's Rest. The siege continues but weakened. The Raiders gone. The Greys thinned by cure darts and attrition. By midnight, it's over. The Horde breaks. The remaining Greys wander off, seeking easier prey, quieter targets. Haven's Rest stands, battered, damaged, but standing. 53 people cured during the siege. 53 returned to humanity. They sit in the community hall, wrapped in blankets, drinking water, processing 2 years of lost time. Patricia helps them, talks them through it. She was there. She understands. Chen finds Chris. Her face is exhausted but grateful. You saved us, she says. The cure. The plan. It worked. Chris shakes his head. We all saved us. Chen smiles. First time Chris has seen it. You're welcome to stay. Join Haven's Rest. We could use people like you. Chris looks at Nataly across the hall. She's cleaning her rifle, methodical, focused. She feels his gaze, looks up. Their eyes meet. We need to keep moving, Chris says. There's more cure to distribute, more people to save. Chen nods, understands. Then let us resupply you, give you what you need. They stay 3 days, resting, healing, repacking. Haven's Rest provides ammunition, food, cold weather gear, and something else. A vehicle, a truck. Old but functional. Enough fuel to reach the buried city and back. They also recruit. Patricia volunteers to come, and 2 of the cured, a man named Ethan, a woman named Grace, both want to help, want to repay the gift of humanity. 5 people now, a team, a crew. On the morning they leave, Chen gives Chris a radio, military frequency. Keep in touch. Let us know where you go. What you find. Chris takes it. Nods. Nataly hugs Chen. Brief. Tight. Thank you for everything. Chen returns it. Good luck. Stay alive. They drive out, the truck rumbling, the gate closing behind them. Destination. The buried city, to synthesize more cure, to learn, to prepare, but first to travel, to spread word. To find other survivors, other communities, to give them hope. The snow falls heavy, covering their tracks, covering the world, but somewhere ahead, spring waits. Spring waits, and with it, renewal. Chapter 19, Nomad Bonds. The truck breaks down on day 12. Engine seizes, smoke pours from the hood. They're 30 miles from the buried city, middle of nowhere. Forest on all sides. Ethan checks the engine. Used to be a mechanic before. He shakes his head. Crankshaft gone. Can't fix it with what we have. They unload supplies, pack what they can carry, leave the rest hidden under a tarp. Might come back for it. Might not. Walking now. Slow. The snow is knee-deep in places, each step an effort. Patricia struggles. She's still weak. The cure saved her, but recovery takes time. She doesn't complain, just sets her face. Keeps moving. Chris takes her pack, distributes the weight among the group. They're a team now. They carry each other. At night, they camp in dense pine groves. The branches overhead catch snow, create natural shelters, small mercies. Grace tells stories. She was a teacher before, elementary school. She talks about her students, about teaching them to read, about their faces when they understood something new. All gone now, most of them. But she remembers, keeps them alive in memory. The stories help. Give them something besides cold and hunger. Besides the constant awareness of grays in the trees, they see evidence of other survivors, old camps, fire pits, spent shell casings. But no people. Everyone's hiding. Everyone's scared. On day 15, they reach a river, swollen with snowmelt, fast, dangerous. The bridge is out, collapsed months ago, maybe years. Nataly studies the water, too deep to wade, too fast to swim. We need to find another crossing. But the map shows no bridges for 20 miles either direction. Ethan finds a solution, trees on both banks. He can rig a rope line. They can pull themselves across. It takes hours throwing rope, securing it, testing weight, making sure it holds. Chris goes first, hand over hand, the water rushing below, cold spray soaking him, his arms burn, the wounded shoulders screaming. But he makes it, secures the rope on the far bank. One by one the others follow. Patricia, Grace, Ethan, each crossing careful, deliberate, the river waiting below to claim mistakes. Nataly comes last, halfway across the rope slips just an inch, but enough. She swings out over the water, holds tight, adjusts, continues. Chris watches, heart and throat, but she makes it. Always makes it. On the far bank they rest, change into dry clothes. The cold is too severe for wet fabric. Hypothermia comes fast, kills faster than grays. That night, Chris and Nataly take first watch together. The others sleep, exhausted, pushed to limits. We're close, Chris says. 2 more days. Nataly nods, then asks, what do we do after? After we synthesize more cure, after we distribute it? Chris thinks, I don't know. Keep moving, keep helping, until there's nothing left to fix. Or until we're gone, Nataly says. Not morbid, just factual, or that. They sit in silence, watching the fire, listening to the river. Then Nataly speaks, quietly. I'm glad it was you, in the cottage that night. Could have been anyone who knocked, could have been raiders or worse. But it was you. Chris looks at her, at the firelight reflecting in her eyes, ice blue but warm now. Human. Me too, he says. She leans into him, just slightly. He doesn't pull away. They sit like that, 2 people who found each other at the end of the world, who might have more than survival between them, who might have something worth protecting. When their watch ends, they wake Ethan and Grace. They return to their bedrolls, sleep close, sharing warmth, sharing presence. The next day they encounter a gray pack, 15 strong, wandering, hunting. The group takes cover, quiet, still. Grays shamble past, close enough to touch, close enough to smell the decay, but the wind blows right, carries their scent away. The pack moves on. Patricia's hands shake after, near thing, too near. Grace comforts her. We're okay. We're okay. By evening of day 17, they see it. The water tower, the landmark above Ashton's Crossing. Close now. So close. They camp one more night. Final preparations. Tomorrow they enter the buried city, descend into darkness, retrieve what they need. Chris checks weapons, ammunition, flashlights, everything functional, everything ready. Nataly reviews the synthesis procedure, studies the notes, memorizes steps, can't afford mistakes. The others prepare mentally. None of them have been underground. None of them know what waits in the facility. Chris tells them about the research wings, about the enhanced grays, about the nest they burned, about the truth of the blight. They listen, faces grave, understanding the weight, the responsibility. We don't have to go, Chris says. I can do this alone. Patricia shakes her head. We're in this together. All of us. Ethan and Grace agree. A team, a crew, a family. That night, Chris dreams of Maya, his sister. She's alive in the dream. Whole, uninfected. She tells him something. He can't hear the words, just sees her mouth moving. Sees her smile. When he wakes, he can't remember what she said, but he feels better, lighter. Morning comes. They pack, move toward Ashton's Crossing, toward the entrance to the buried city. The town is quiet, snow covering everything, making it peaceful, almost beautiful. But under the snow, grays, frozen, waiting for spring, for warmth to reanimate them. They move carefully, avoiding the frozen statues, avoiding noise. The facility entrance is where Chris and Nataly left it. The blast door still open, still inviting. They enter, one by one, descending into artificial light, into recycled air, into the place where humanity tried to play God. The upper commons is unchanged, still empty, still echoing. They move quickly, down to level 4, the research wing, where synthesis equipment waits. The labs are clear, the enhanced grays gone, burned on level 12. Nothing remains but empty rooms and overturned equipment. Nataly finds what she needs. A complete synthesis station. She sets up, begins working. The others stand guard. Weapons ready, eyes on corridors. Hours pass. The work is delicate, precise. Nataly's hands move with confidence, with skill. By evening she has it. 12 new vials, blue liquid, serum epsilon 7, enough to cure 12 more, enough to teach others, enough to spread hope. They gather samples of the base compounds, equipment, instructions, everything needed to replicate the process. Knowledge, the most valuable resource in a broken world. They prepare to leave, to return to surface, to continue the mission. But then, a sound from deeper in the facility. Movement, footsteps, not gray shuffle, human steps. Someone else is here. They take defensive positions. Wait, watch. A figure appears, thin, nervous, hands raised, unarmed. Please, the figure says. A man, young, terrified. Don't shoot. I'm alone. I'm not infected. Chris approaches, carefully. Who are you? Vincent, the man says. I was with a group. Heaven's rest. But I got separated. Lost. I've been hiding here for days. Something about the story feels wrong. Off. Nataly asks, how did you find this place? Vincent hesitates. Just luck. Following pipes, looking for shelter. Chris and Nataly exchange glances. Don't believe him, but can't prove he's lying. Come with us, Chris says. We're heading back to Haven's Rest. You can return with us. Vincent's face shows relief. Thank you. Thank you. They leave the facility. Ascend to surface. The sun is setting. Long shadows across snow. Vincent stays close. Too close, watching everything, studying their supplies, their weapons. That night they camp. Vincent talks, nervous energy, asking questions. Where did you get the cure? How does it work? How many vials do you have? Too many questions. Chris and Nataly take separate watch. Keep Vincent in sight. Don't trust him. Their instincts prove right. Dawn comes. Vincent is gone, and so are 3 vials of cure and the synthesis instructions stolen. Ethan finds tracks heading east towards something. They follow, moving fast, angry. The tracks lead to a camp, hidden in a ravine. 20 people, armed, organized, not survivors. Something else, a faction, hostile. Vincent stands with them, no longer nervous, confident now. He reports to a woman, tall, severe. She listens, nods, then looks up, directly at Chris and Nataly watching from the ridge. She smiles, cold, calculated, raises a hand, signals her people. Gunfire erupts. Chris and his team run, bullets kicking up snow around them. They're outgunned, outnumbered. But they know the terrain, the forest. They disappear into the trees, using every trick, every skill. Bushcraft and survival merged into escape. The hostile faction follows, but slower, less experienced. They lose the trail. By evening, Chris's team is clear, safe, but down 3 cure vials, down critical knowledge. Vincent betrayed them, was never lost, was a scout, a spy, gathering intelligence for his faction. And now they have the cure, have the synthesis method. What they'll do with it, unknown. But Chris knows one thing. They need to warn Haven's Rest, need to prepare, because a new threat is coming. Not Greys, not raiders, people, organized, dangerous, the kind that might be worse than the Blight. Chapter 20, Outpost Alliance. The journey back to Haven's Rest takes 10 days. They move carefully, avoiding the hostile factions' patrols, avoiding their scouts, but they gather information, names overheard, markings on trees, patterns. The faction calls itself the Reclamation, led by someone named Director Kane. Their goal, unknown, but their methods, ruthless, taking supplies, taking people, building something in the east. Chris commits it all to memory, every detail, every scrap. Intelligence for Chen, for the Council. Haven's Rest needs to know. When they arrive, the outpost is different, larger, new buildings under construction, more people. The siege survivors integrated, contributing, building. Chen meets them at the gate, sees their faces, knows something's wrong. Inside they debrief, tell her everything. Vincent, the theft, the reclamation. Chen's expression hardens. We've heard rumors, survivors going missing, camps raided. We thought it was just raiders, didn't realize it was organized. It's worse than raiders, Nataly says. They're systematic, planned, they're building something. An army? Chen asks. Maybe, or something else, but dangerous either way. The council convenes. Emergency session. Chris and Nataly present evidence, maps, observations. The council debates. Some want to fortify, focus on defense. Others want to reach out. Try diplomacy. Chen cuts through. We need allies. Other outposts, other survivors. Can't face this alone. She spreads a map, marks locations, 3 other known settlements within 100 miles. Small, isolated, but viable. We send envoys, Chen says. Offer them cure. Offer alliance. Build a network. Chen leads them to the communication hub after the meeting. A trailer with a hand-cranked generator and a salvaged ham radio. The setup is crude. Requires someone manually cranking power while another operates the radio. We have relay stations, Chen explains. Every 10 miles, line of sight. When one settlement broadcasts the next, picks it up, repeats it. Takes hours to send a message across the network. Days for a response. Not sophisticated, not fast. But it works. Barely. The council agrees. Unanimously. Chris volunteers, Nataly too. They've come this far. Might as well continue. Patricia stays. She's still recovering. Needs stability. Grace and Ethan stay with her. Become permanent residents. Contributors to Haven's Rest. Chris and Nataly prepare for the road. New supplies, new weapons, and something else. Chen provides them with a horse. Strong, trained, enough to carry supplies and pull a small cart. Civilization rebuilding, one piece at a time. They leave at dawn, heading south. First stop, a settlement called Riverbend, 20 miles, built along a hydroelectric dam, using the power, creating light in the darkness. The journey is peaceful, almost normal. The horse plods steady, snow melting as they descend from higher elevations. Signs of spring, buds on branches, birds returning. The world remembering life. Nataly rides. Chris walks beside. They talk about small things, the weather, the landscape, avoiding heavy topics, just existing, just being. That night they camp by a stream, the water clear, running. They fish, catch 3, cook them over the fire, real food, fresh food, tastes incredible. After eating they sit, watching stars emerge. So many stars. No light pollution anymore, no cities glowing, just darkness and stars and the ancient light of dead suns. It's beautiful, Nataly says. Never noticed before the Blight, too busy, too distracted. Chris agrees, finds himself thinking that maybe the world needed this, needed to collapse, reset. Maybe humanity can do it better this time, but then he remembers the cost, the billions gone, the suffering, the loss. No, there had to be another way, a better way, but there wasn't, and here they are, in the aftermath, building from ruins. They reach Riverbend by midday. The settlement is impressive. Walls constructed from concrete barriers, guard towers, organized streets. 50 people live here, maybe 60. They have electricity from the dam, running water, gardens growing in greenhouses. A leader meets them. Commander Rodriguez, older man, gray beard, military background. Like Chen, Chris and Nataly present their case. Show the cure, explain the reclamation, offer alliance. Rodriguez listens, considers, then agrees. We've been isolated too long. Thought we were alone. Didn't know others survived. Organized. He commits resources, 5 soldiers, medical supplies, communication equipment. The network grows. Second stop, Settlers Ridge, northeast, 40 miles. Built in a box canyon. Natural defenses. 30 people. Farming. Raising goats. Creating food security. Their leader is a woman, Dr. Ellen Vasquez, former physician. She runs the settlement like a hospital, clean, organized, everyone healthy. She's immediately interested in the cure, studies the vials, the synthesis notes, her medical mind absorbing understanding. I can produce this, she says, have the equipment. The knowledge can make enough for hundreds. Chris and Nataly smile, exactly what they hoped. Vasquez commits to the alliance, offers to train medics, distribute cure, save lives. Third stop, Hope's Landing, west, near the coast, built in an old marina, 40 people, fishermen, sailors. They have boats, access to the ocean, to resources others can't reach. Their leader is a council of 3. They debate, argue, but eventually agree. The alliance benefits everyone, safety in numbers, strength in unity. They offer boats, transportation, trade routes along the coast, connecting other settlements, other survivors. The network expands. Chris and Nataly return to Haven's Rest. Mission successful. 3 allies, 3 contributions, the foundation of something larger. Chen is pleased, more than pleased. Hopeful. This is how we survive, she says, not by hiding, by connecting, by rebuilding. A meeting is planned. All 4 settlements, representatives, council, creating formal alliance, establishing rules, trade agreements, mutual defense. The meeting happens 1 month later. Spring fully arrived. The world green, alive. Leaders gather in Haven's Rest. Commander Chen, Commander Rodriguez, Dr. Vasquez, the Council of 3 from Hope's Landing, plus advisors, soldiers, medics, people who make decisions, who shape the future. Chris and Nataly attend, not as leaders, just as witnesses, as catalysts. The alliance forms, officially. They call it the Cascade Coalition, named for the mountain range, for the region they protect. 4 settlements, 200 people, growing. Not much, but something, a start. Plans are made, shared resources, shared knowledge, communication networks, regular trade caravans, and most important, a plan for the reclamation. Intelligence gathering, defensive preparations, maybe eventually, confrontation, but not yet. First, they need to be stronger, united, ready. The meeting concludes, leaders return to their settlements, optimistic, energized. Chris and Nataly stay at Haven's Rest, recover, plan their next move. One evening, Chen finds them, offers them positions, permanent roles in the coalition, scouts, explorers, the ones who venture out, who find new survivors, new allies. Chris looks at Nataly. She looks back, thinking, considering. We'll do it, Chris says, but on our terms. We go where we're needed, help who needs help, but we don't take orders, don't follow protocols, we trust our instincts. Chen smiles, wouldn't expect anything else. They shake, agreement made. That night, Chris and Nataly walk the outpost, seeing it transformed, seeing hope taking root. Children play in streets, laughter, joy, things they thought were gone forever. We did this, Nataly says, not alone. But we started it, the cure, the alliance, the hope. Chris nods, his sister would be proud. Maya, who wanted to save people who believed in humanity. He thinks she'd like this, like what they've built. Nataly takes his hand, first time, just holds it, standing there in the street, in the spring evening, in the world they're rebuilding. He holds back, says nothing, doesn't need to. They have tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days beyond, for the first time since the blight began. That feels like enough, like maybe, just maybe. Humanity deserves a second chance, and they'll help make sure it gets one. Chapter 21, Nest Assault. The nest breathes in the dark, pulses, a living wound in the earth that draws the grays like moths to dying light. Chris crouches behind rubble, watches the entrance. A warehouse collapsed on itself years ago. Steel beams bent like broken ribs. Concrete dust settles on everything, makes the world gray, makes it hard to see where the blight ends and the building begins. Nataly beside him, her rifle across her knees, the red bandana tied tight. She counts under her breath. 1, 2, 5, 12. Stops at 23. That many grays shambling in and out. More inside. Always more inside. Commander Chen's voice crackles through the radio, clipped to Chris's belt. Strike team is in position. North entrance sealed. You have the go. Chris clicks twice. Acknowledgement. No words needed. The plan is simple. Simple plans break less. They carry explosives rigged from old propane tanks and fertilizer scavenged from garden centers where nothing grows anymore. Brick by brick they built these gifts, wrapped them in prayers and desperation. Nataly moves first. She always moves first when it matters. Her boots make no sound on the ash-covered street. Chris follows, keeps his breathing steady, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Maya used to hyperventilate before track meets. He taught her this rhythm. She learned it. Then she was gone. The smell hits at 30 yards. Decay mixed with something chemical. The grays don't rot like natural things. They hold their shape too long, mummify in place. The nose knows this wrongness before the brain can name it. They reach the west wall. Chris sets the first charge against a support beam. The timer is a kitchen clock, analog, ticks too loud. He sets it for 6 minutes. Nataly sets hers at the next column, 4 minutes. A gray rounds the corner, face slack, eyes clouded like dirty ice. It sees them, opens its mouth. Chris has mercy in his hand before thought finishes. The blade goes in under the jaw, up through the soft palate. The gray goes slack. He lowers it quiet, wipes the blade on its shirt. Blood on his hands, not blood exactly, something thicker. The grays leak this stuff. It stains worse than regular blood. Never comes out of fabric. They set 3 more charges, moving through shadows. The warehouse groans above them, metal stress singing in frequencies that hurt the teeth. Inside the nest the sound changes. Not moaning, humming. Dozens of voices making one sound. The blight has rhythms, patterns. Science tried to explain it before science ended. Now it just is. Nataly taps his shoulder. Time to go. They run, not sprinting. A measured jog that eats distance without burning lungs. Behind them the grays spill from the entrance, drawn by motion, by breath, by the heat shimmer of living flesh. Chen's team opens up from the north. Gunfire cracks the morning. The grays turn, confused. Stimulus from 2 directions. They split, half toward the guns, half toward Chris and Nataly. 2 minutes. The street ahead is clear, then it isn't. A gray pack emerges from a storefront, 8 of them, fresh enough to move quick. Chris pulls his pistol, the .45 his father carried before. When there was a before, 3 shots. 2 grays down. The 3rd shot clips a shoulder, spins it around but doesn't drop it. Nataly fires, the rifle barks once. The gray's head snaps back, it folds, they vault a crashed car. The frame rusted through, the seats empty except for stains. Everyone died somewhere. Left marks, 1 minute. Chris can see the fallback point, a brick building with intact walls. Chen's people hold the door. 30 seconds. A gray lunges from the left, catches Chris's jacket. He spins, drives an elbow into its face. Bone crunches. The gray doesn't care. Grabs tighter. Nataly puts her hunting knife through its ear. It drops. They hit the door at 15 seconds. Pile through. Chen's people slam it shut. Drop the bar. The explosion is a feeling before it's a sound. A pressure wave that pushes through stone, through bone. Then the roar. Then the secondary charges going up in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. The shockwave travels through stone, through bone. Chris feels it in his teeth, in his jaw. The fillings Maya's dentist put in, back when dentists existed, back when teeth mattered more than survival. The warehouse groans, metal singing frequencies that shouldn't be heard. The sound of structure remembering it was built to stand. Then forgetting, dust rains, concrete powder mixing with ash, everything gray. The world is gray. The grays are gray. Even the sky through the smoke is gray. Nataly beside him, her platinum braid coated in dust. Looks gray now, too. For a moment his mind plays tricks, sees her as one of them, infected, lost. She turns, ice-blue eyes cutting through the gray, human, alive. You okay? Chris nods. Lies. His shoulder throbs where the old wound lives, the ambush injury, the one that started everything. It never healed right, never will. Some wounds become permanent, become part of who you are. Outside the building, the screaming continues, high and thin, almost human. Almost. The Greys don't know they're dying, just know something's wrong, something's crushing them. Do they feel pain? He's wondered this before, when the infection takes you. When you become gray, do you feel? Do you remember? Nataly says no, says the brain is too damaged, the nerves too degraded, it's a mercy. Being gray is being nothing. But Chris isn't sure. He's seen them stop, stare at things, old houses, familiar places, like memory stirring in dead tissue, maybe some part remains. Trapped. Watching yourself rot, unable to stop it, worse than death. Worse than anything. Chen moves to the window, peers through boards. Her face doesn't change, never changes. Combat does that. Smooths out expressions, makes everything a threat assessment. It's done. 2 words, simple. Final. The nest is gone. Hundreds of Greys crushed under tons of concrete and steel. One less threat, one less swarm. But more nests wait. Always more. The blight spreads, adapts, survives, just like them. Doc Ramirez checks injuries. His hands shake more each day. Parkinson's, pre-blight diagnosis. No medication now, no treatment. Just shake and endure. But they're still good hands. Still useful. He treats a burn, sets a broken finger, gives painkillers from dwindling supplies. Chris watches him work. Wonders how much time the doc has left. Months? A year? The blight might not get him. Age and disease will. Everyone dies. The blight just accelerated the schedule. Through the window, the sun climbs. Morning breaks over the broken warehouse. Black smoke rises. Thick, oily. The smell will linger for days, weeks. The smell of burned plastic and meat and things that shouldn't burn. Ty speaks from the corner. Voice too loud, always too loud. That was incredible. We should hit the next nest tomorrow. Chen looks at him, says nothing. The silence teaches what words cannot. You don't rush into death. You plan, you prepare, you make every move count. Chris closes his eyes, sees the Greys folding under stone, sees them still moving under the weight, trapped but not gone, never fully gone. The blight doesn't die easy. Nothing does anymore. Nataly's hand finds his. Squeezes once. Communication without words. They've developed this language. Touch and gesture. Necessary when words feel insufficient. They rest. 30 minutes. Then they'll scout the perimeter. Make sure the nest is truly dead. Make sure nothing survived. Nothing survives the collapse. But you check anyway. Hope is what kills you. Assumptions are what get you bit. Chris stands, tests the shoulder, pain flares, subsides. Manageable. Everything is manageable if you accept the cost. They'll do it again tomorrow or next week. Another nest, another assault, another group of Greys erased, until the nests are empty or they are. Simple equation. Simple war. The smoke rises. The sun climbs. The world turns. They prepare for the next fight. There's always a next fight. The building shakes. Dust rains from the ceiling. Someone is shouting, but Chris can't hear through the ringing. Outside, the Greys are screaming. High and thin. Almost human. Almost. The warehouse collapses. Tons of steel and concrete folding in on itself. Crushing the nest. Crushing everything inside. The screaming stops. Chen moves to the window. Peers through boards. Her face doesn't change. She turns. It's done. Chris slides down the wall. His leg throbs where the old wound lives. Nataly sits beside him. Her hand finds his. Squeezes once. Doc Ramirez moves among them, checking for injuries. His hands shake more each day, but they're still good hands. Still useful. Through the window, the sun climbs. Morning breaks over the broken warehouse. Smoke rises thick and black. The smell will linger for days. Burned plastic and meat. Ty speaks from the corner. Voice too loud. That was incredible. We should hit the next nest tomorrow. Chen looks at him, says nothing. The silence teaches what words cannot. Chris closes his eyes, sees the grays folding under stone, sees them still moving under the weight. Trapped, but not gone. Never fully gone. They rest. 30 minutes. Then they'll scout the perimeter, make sure the nest is truly dead. Then they'll do it again and again, until the nests are empty, or they are. Chapter 22. Fractured peace. The third week after the nest burns, they find the first body. Marcus discovers it. Former teacher, current leader of nothing important. He stumbles into Haven's Rest at dawn, face pale as ash. Says there's a body in the western checkpoint tower. Chen and Chris go to look. Nataly stays with the med station. Someone needs to keep the cure distribution running. The settlement has rhythms now, patterns that break when death comes calling. The tower is a grain silo converted to a watch post, ladder rungs welded to the outside. 20 feet up, a platform rings the top. The body hangs there from the inside, rope tied to the beam. The man's face is purple, swollen. His tongue protrudes, eyes bulged and broken-veined. Chen climbs first, studies the scene, touches nothing, comes down, not self-inflicted. Look at his hands. Chris looks. The fingers are bent wrong, defensive wounds across the palms. The man fought hard. Vincent, the thin man who stole their cure, who fled to the reclamation. They cut him down, lay him in the shade, cover him with canvas. Chen calls the council. 5 civilians who govern through endless meetings. They gather in the main hall. A school gymnasium before still smells like old sweat and floor wax. Marcus speaks first, always first. He loved the sound of his own voice before the blight. Still does after. This is unacceptable. We need answers. Elena sits quiet. The old medic, she looks tired. Everyone looks tired. The settlement is 3 months old and already fraying. Chris stands against the wall, watches faces, looking for the tell, the twitch, the eyes that move wrong. Chen outlines what they know. Vincent was last seen at the evening meal, went to check the inventory logs, never came back, discovered at sunrise. The council debates. Voices rise. Someone suggests raiders infiltrated. Someone else blames gray sympathizers, as if such a thing exists, as if the blight has allies beyond itself. Chris slips out, finds Nataly in the med tent. She's organizing vials of serum Epsilon 7, the cure that costs everything to make and gives so little back. We have a problem. She knows. The settlement has no secrets, only illusions of privacy. They walk the perimeter. The wall is sheet metal and wood beams. A child could breach it. But the Greys don't think like children. They think like weather, patient and inevitable. At the north gate, Chris spots it, boot prints in the mud, leading out, then back in, fresh, maybe 6 hours old. Someone left last night, came back. They follow the trail. It leads east, into the forest where the Greys rarely wander. The trees thin here, fire swept through years ago. Saplings grow between the dead trunks. Half a mile out, they find the meeting place. A clearing, tire tracks, boot prints, lots of them. And a red mark, spray paint on a boulder, Callahan's signature. Chris crouches, studies the ground, cigarette butts. Spent matches, someone waited here, met someone else, talked long enough to smoke 3 cigarettes. Nataly finds the paper, wedged under a rock. A list, names, times, patrol schedules. Vincent was selling them out. They return to Haven's Rest, show Chen the evidence. She takes it without expression. Thank you. That night, Chen addresses the settlement, explains what they found. Vincent was trading information to raiders, compromising patrols. The Greys that hit the south wall last week, that was Vincent. He told Callahan when the defenses were weakest. Marcus interrupts. That's impossible. Vincent wouldn't. Chen stares until he sits. She continues. Vincent is gone. Eliminated. The threat is contained. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Eliminated. The word everyone understands, but no one says plainly. Someone asks about the raiders, about Callahan. Chen's face could be carved from stone. We're working on that. After the meeting, Chris finds her on the wall, watching the tree line. She doesn't acknowledge him, doesn't need to. How many more? He doesn't make it a question. Hard to say. Could be none. Could be 3. People lie. The blight makes liars of everyone. We lie to ourselves most of all. The wind picks up, carries smoke from the cook fires. Somewhere a child laughs. The sound is foreign, out of place in this world of gray and ash. Chris thinks about Portland, the group he left, the lies he told himself of about why. Survival, he said. Necessity, but the truth is simpler, darker. He was afraid, so he ran. He carries mercy on his belt, the blade his sister gave him. She made him promise to survive, to keep going. He kept that promise, broke every other one. Nataly finds them at midnight. She carries coffee, real coffee, scavenged from a warehouse in the city. They drink it black, let the bitterness coat their tongues. Doc Ramirez is asking questions about Vincent, about who checked him last. Chen nods, let him ask. Knowledge is pressure. Pressure finds cracks. 3 days pass. The settlement tightens. People watch each other. Suspicion breeds faster than trust ever did. Then the Greys come. Not a random pack, a directed assault, 50 or more. They hit the east wall at dawn, coordinated, focused. The defenders scramble. Chen directs fire. Nataly works the med station, pulling the injured inside, stabilizing wounds. Chris fights on the wall, his pistol empty after 12 shots. He picks up a pipe, swings it like an axe. The Greys climb. They always climb. Their fingers find holds in the metal, pull themselves up. One reaches the top, grabs for Chris. He sidesteps, brings the pipe down on its skull. The bone gives. The Grey slides back. Another takes its place. The assault lasts 30 minutes. Feels like hours. When it ends, the Greys retreat. Unusual. They don't retreat. They push until something breaks, or they do. Chen surveys the damage. 2 dead, 5 wounded. The wall is breached in 3 places. Tai appears from the southern watchtower, says he saw someone human, in the tree line, directing the Greys. Chen's eyes narrow. Show me. They go. Find tracks, boot prints, leading away into the forest, leading toward the raider territory. Proof. Someone inside is still feeding information, still betraying the settlement to Callahan's crew. Chen calls the council. This time there are no debates, no speeches, just a simple question. Who do we trust? The room is silent. Trust is a currency spent long ago. Chris speaks. We trust those who bleed with us. Everyone else we watch. The council agrees. Watches are doubled, movement restricted. The settlement becomes a prison, pretending to be a home. That night, Chris can't sleep. He walks the perimeter. The stars are bright, no light pollution anymore, just pure dark between the points of light. Nataly joins him. They don't speak, don't need to. In the distance a Grey moans, low and hollow. The sound of wind through empty rooms. The settlement holds. Barely. Cracks showing, pressure building. Someone inside is rotting them from within. Not a Grey, something worse. A human who chose betrayal over survival. The hunt begins at dawn. Chapter 23, Migration Menace. Spring comes hard, the snow melts in sheets, rivers swell, the ground turns to mud that swallows boots and hope in equal measure. With the thaw, the Greys move. They migrate. Chen warned about this. Seasonal patterns. The blight follows rhythms older than consciousness. Instinct carved into dead flesh. The first wave hits on the vernal equinox, 40 Greys, then 80, then hundreds. They come from the north, a steady stream of gray bodies shuffling through the forest, drawn south by something no one understands. Temperature, light, some chemical signal the living cannot perceive. Haven's Rest stands in their path. Chen organizes the defense, every able body on the walls, children and elderly in the center buildings, reinforced, barricaded. Chris takes the north gate, Nataly beside him. Their section of wall is 20 yards, sheet metal bolted to wooden posts. It shakes when the Greys press against it. The first day they hold, rifles crack, the Greys fall, more take their place. Tai works the eastern section. He's learned. Stop talking so much. Stop needing to prove himself. The blight teaches hard lessons. Those who survive learn. Marcus is inside, keeping the council calm, keeping order. He found his use after all. Elena moves between stations, treating wounds, conserving the serum. They have 50 vials left, 50 chances to pull someone back from the edge. The second day, the ammunition runs low. Chen rations it. 3 shots per person per hour. Make them count. Chris counts rounds, 17 in his rifle, 9 in the pistol, 26 rounds between him and infinity. Infinity being the number of grays pressing against the wall. Hundreds, maybe thousands. They don't stop coming, don't stop existing. The blight doesn't negotiate, doesn't tire, doesn't question. It just is. Like weather. Like entropy. A natural force wearing everything down. His father used to talk about entropy, second law of thermodynamics. Everything trends toward disorder, energy dissipates, systems collapse, the world collapsed. Right on schedule, but humans are stubborn. Fight entropy every day. Build walls, create order, refuse to dissolve quietly. That's what this is. A refusal. A middle finger to the universe's tendency toward chaos. Nataly fires, the rifle cracks. A gray drops. She fires again. Another falls. Efficient, professional. Her military training never left. Muscle memory deeper than thought. Chris wonders what she was like before, in Serbia, in the army, young, idealistic maybe, believing in causes, in nations, in the structures that collapsed. Did she see it coming? The end? Or was she surprised like everyone else? He never asked. Some questions feel too heavy, too much archaeology into who people used to be. Who they were doesn't matter, only who they are now. Shooters on a wall, survivors in a dying world. The grays moan, low and constant, a frequency that lives in the bones, like tinnitus, always there. Background noise of the apocalypse. Chris's sister used to have tinnitus. From too many concerts, too much loud music. She'd lie awake at night listening to the ringing. I can't make it stop, she'd say. It's always there, even in silence. He gets it now. The grays are humanity's tinnitus, a sound that won't stop. A presence in every silence. His hand finds the compass. Habit. Ritual. The metal is warm from his body heat. North is north, 45 degrees to his left, away from the grays, away from danger. But you can't always run north. Sometimes you stand, sometimes you defend. Maya would understand. She stood when the blight came, volunteered at a hospital, tried to help, got bit for her trouble. Chris gave her mercy, the knife through the base of the skull. Quick, clean, the way she asked. Some mercy is violent. That's the world now. A section of wall groans, metal bending, the grays push, relentless pressure, weight without thought, force without intelligence, just mass, just physics. Enough of anything can break anything else. Chen is shouting, reinforcements, east wall, now. People scramble, positioning, bracing, becoming human buttresses against the tide. The wall holds, barely. Chris thinks about Portland, the library group, the people he left. They wanted to wait. Wait for rescue. For government. For someone to fix everything. No one was coming. No one could. The infrastructure was gone. The supply chains broken. The social contract dissolved. So Chris left. Took supplies. Slipped out at night. Abandoned them. They probably died. Probably starved when food ran out. Or went gray when the library was breached. He carries that. The guilt, the knowledge that survival sometimes means leaving people behind. Nataly knows. He told her eventually. She didn't judge, just nodded. Said everyone makes choices, not all of them good, not all of them forgivable, but survivable. That's what matters. Making choices you can live with, even if you can't sleep with them. The sun climbs, hour 3 of the assault. The grays don't tire, don't stop. Just keep coming like the tide. Tides turn eventually, everything's cyclical. The grays will break, or the wall will. One way or another, this resolves. Chris prefers his resolutions breathing. Prefers living to dying. Simple preference. Shallow maybe, but honest. Nataly's voice cuts through, gray down, another gray down. Her count is methodical, accounting for every round spent, every threat eliminated. She's good at this. The killing, not in a psychotic way, in a professional way, a soldier's way. Do the job, feel later, or don't feel. Both work. Chris envies that sometimes. His feelings leak through, guilt and doubt and the constant question, is this worth it? Worth what? Living in a world of grays? Fighting every day, watching people die? Then he looks at Nataly, at the wall full of defenders, at the settlement behind them, children and old people and everyone in between. Yeah, worth it. Not because the world is good, it's not. It's broken, probably beyond repair, but because giving up means letting the Greys win, means letting entropy finish the job. And he's not ready for that, not while there's ammunition, not while there's breath. So he fires, and reloads, and fires again. The wall holds. For now. That's all anyone can ask. Chris switches to Mercy, the blade his sister gave him. The Greys that reach the top meet the knife, fall back, rise again until they don't. His arm burns, muscles screaming. He drinks water from a canteen. The water is cold, tastes like metal. Nataly's rifle runs dry. She picks up a hammer. Carpenter's tool turned weapon. She swings, connects. Grey skulls crack like pottery. Night falls. The Greys don't stop. They press through darkness, drawn by the light from cook fires, by the sound of living voices. Chen rotates defenders. 4 hours on, 2 hours rest. No one sleeps. Rest means closing eyes, pretending the world stops when you can't see it. Chris leans against the wall. His leg throbs, the old wound from the ambush. It never healed right. Never will. Nataly sits beside him. Her braid is loose. Strands stick to her face. Sweat and ash. How many more days? Chen says 3, maybe 4. Then the migration passes, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't. They share an energy bar, oats and honey pressed into a brick. Tastes like cardboard, fills the stomach anyway. The third day, Doc Ramirez collapses, exhaustion, his heart stuttering. Elena takes over, her hands steadier than his now. The Greys adapt, they pile against the wall, use their own bodies as ramps. The defenders push them back, spike strips laid at the base, sharpened metal that punches through feet, through legs, slows them, doesn't stop them. Chris watches one Grey climb, it's missing an arm, torn off at the shoulder, bone exposed. It climbs anyway, uses its remaining hand and its teeth, pulls itself up. He meets it at the top. Mercy enters through the eye socket. The Grey drops, another takes its place. The wall groans. Metal bending, posts shifting in the mud. Chen sees it. Reinforcements. Now they shore up the weak point. Wooden beams braced against the metal, rope tied and pulled tight. It holds. Barely. The fourth day, the migration thins. Still steady, but fewer. The tide turning. Then the mutated Grey appears, faster than the others. Eyes sharper. It moves with purpose, not shambling. Hunting. It leaps, clears 8 feet in a single bound, lands on the wall, claws scraping metal. Chris swings, misses. The creature dodges. Fast. Too fast. Nataly fires her pistol, point blank. The shot takes it in the chest, doesn't drop it. It lunges, catches her arm, teeth snapping. Chris drives Mercy into its spine, severs something vital. It spasms, falls. Nataly's arm is bleeding, not a bite. Claw marks, deep but clean. Elena treats it, bandages tight, no infection, no blight. But the mutated Grey is a warning. Evolution doesn't stop for the unliving. The 5th day, the migration passes. The last Greys shamble south, following their unknowable compass. Haven's Rest stands, damaged, bleeding, but standing. Chen takes stock. Walls breached in 7 places. 4 dead, 19 wounded, ammunition depleted, food stores dangerously low, but they survived. The council meets, quiet, subdued. Marcus speaks, but his voice has no weight. Elena suggests moving. Finding higher ground, Chen shakes her head. We dig in, we rebuild. Running is death in slow motion. That night they burn the Grey bodies. Pile them in the field, douse them in gasoline scavenged from old cars. Light the pyre. The fire burns for hours. Black smoke rising. The smell is indescribable. Burning plastic and meat and something chemical. Something wrong. Chris and Nataly stand at the tree line, watching the flames. We can't do this every spring. No, we can't. Then what? Find the source. Cut it off. The source is the blight itself, the infection, the rot in the world's bones. Maybe. Or maybe it's something else, something we haven't seen yet. The Alpha Grey, the one from the deepest level of the buried city, the one they thought they destroyed. Chen thinks there are more. More alphas, more nests. The blight is a network. Kill one node and another grows. So we keep killing until there's nothing left to kill or until we're gone. Nataly leans against him, her head on his shoulder. They don't speak. Words are insufficient for this moment, for this exhaustion that lives in the marrow. The fire burns down. Embers glow in the dark, red eyes watching. In the morning they'll rebuild, patch the walls, bury the dead, continue the endless work of survival. But tonight, they watch the fire. Let the flames hypnotize them. Let the heat drive back the cold. Chris thinks about the cure, serum epsilon 7. They can save individuals, pull them back from infection, but they can't stop the migration, can't end the blight. The cure is a bandage, the blight is a hemorrhage. Nataly speaks, her voice soft, almost lost in the sound of burning. I love you. 3 words. Simple. Stark. Chris doesn't hesitate. I love you too. They've said it before in moments of fear, of desperation. But this is different. This is calm. A statement of fact in a world where facts are precious. They stay until the fire dies, until only ash remains. Black snow settling over the killing ground. Then they return to Haven's Rest, to the settlement that clings to life like a barnacle to a sinking ship. They sleep. 2 hours, maybe 3. When Chris wakes, the sun is rising, another day, another chance to survive. The migration is over. For now, next spring it will come again, and they will stand again, or they won't. The blight is patient. Humanity is not. The war continues. Chapter 24, Rebuilding Visions. 6 weeks after the migration, Haven's Rest transforms not into something new, into something functional, a machine designed for one purpose, survival. Chen restructures everything. The council is dissolved, too slow, too much debate. She governs now, direct, efficient. Some call it dictatorship. No one says it loud. Chris doesn't mind. Leadership requires decisiveness. Democracy requires time. They have no time. The walls are rebuilt. Thicker, sheet metal layered over wood, reinforced with scrap car frames, welded when they can, bolted when they can't. Gardens expand. Nataly designs them. Raised beds, hydroponics scavenged from the buried city, tomatoes, lettuce, beans, food that grows while they work. Doc Ramirez dies in his sleep, his heart finally giving out. They bury him in the western field. 17 graves there now, markers carved from wood, names that matter to someone. Elena takes over medical, trains others. Knowledge must spread or die with its keeper. The cure production increases. They've mapped the formula, synthesized ingredients from salvaged equipment. Each batch takes 3 days, yields 12 vials. Not enough. Never enough. But it's something. Chris leads scavenging teams. They range wider now, 10 miles, 15, into the ruins of larger cities. Portland beckons, ghost of his past, but Chen vetoes it. Too many grays, too many unknowns. Instead they hit suburbs, strip malls, industrial parks, looking for tools, medicine, ammunition, the detritus of the world before. On one run they find a library, books intact, shelves standing. Chris walks the aisles, runs fingers over spines. All this knowledge, all these words, useless now, or maybe not. Maybe words are the only thing that survives. He takes a book, The Stranger, Camus. The cover is water damaged. The pages smell like mold. He reads it at night, by candlelight. The words feel familiar. A man detached from his own life, from his own actions. He understands this. Everyone understands this now. Nataly finds him reading, sits close. What's it about? A man who doesn't care about anything until he does. Then it's too late. Sounds about right. They're sitting on the wall watching the sunset. The sky bleeds red and orange, pollution mixed with natural beauty. The blight gave something back, cleaner air, clearer stars, as if the planet needed humanity gone to breathe. Chris thinks about the vision. Haven's Rest is one settlement. Maybe 300 people now. Survivors trickling in, drawn by radio signals, by rumors of the cure. But one settlement means nothing. They need more. A network, communication, trade, mutual defense. She's in the command post. A trailer converted to an office. Maps cover the walls, marked with settlements, gray concentrations, raider territories. We need to expand. Reach out. Find other survivors. Chen doesn't look up. I know. She points to the map. There's a settlement 30 miles west. River Bend. 50 people, maybe more. Farmers, engineers. They have resources we need. We have the cure. It's a trade. When do we go? Tomorrow. You and Nataly. Ty and Marcus, 4 people, small enough to move fast, large enough to defend yourselves. The mission is simple. Make contact, establish trust, negotiate trade. Simple missions are the ones that break most often. They leave at dawn. 4 backpacks, weapons, the cure in a cooler, 20 vials. Their offering. The forest is different in spring, green, alive. Deer browse in clearings, birds sing, nature reclaiming what humanity abandoned. The grays don't disturb the animals. Another mystery, another question without answer. They move quiet. Single file. Chris leads, Nataly behind. Then Ty, Marcus at the rear. 10 miles in they find signs, boot prints, campfire ash. Recent. Someone is ranging these woods. Chris signals, they spread out. Cover. Wait. A woman emerges from the trees, mid-30s, rifle in hand. She sees them, freezes. Chris raises his hands. We're from Haven's Rest. We mean no harm. The woman doesn't lower her rifle. Prove it. Nataly steps forward, slowly. We have serum Epsilon 7. The cure. We're looking for River Bend, to trade. The woman's eyes narrow, she whistles. 2 men appear, armed, wary. The standoff lasts 5 minutes. Long minutes where one wrong move ends everything. Finally, the woman lowers her rifle. Come on, but try anything and you're gone. They follow. 2 miles through dense undergrowth. Then River Bend appears. Not a settlement, a fortress. Stone walls 10 feet high. Guard towers, farmland inside. Solar panels on roofs, smoke rising from chimneys. It's beautiful. The woman leads them to the gate, speaks to the guard. The gate opens. Iron bars, heavy, engineered. Inside the settlement bustles, children playing, adults working, gardens, workshop sounds, the ring of hammer on anvil. They meet the leader. A man named Garrett, 50 years old, former contractor, built this place with his crew. 30 families now, growing. They sit in his office. A converted barn, timber frame, solid. Garrett listens, asks questions about the cure, about Haven's Rest, about the blight. Finally he nods. We'll trade. We have grain, tools, fuel. You have the cure. We've lost people. Too many people. This changes things. The negotiation takes hours. Marcus handles it. Turns out he's useful after all. Numbers, logistics, fair exchange. They stay the night. Guest house, real beds, sheets. Chris can't remember the last time he slept on sheets. Nataly lies beside him, staring at the ceiling. We could stay. Build something here. We could. But Haven's Rest needs us. Do they, or do we need them? Maybe both. They return to Haven's Rest with contracts, trade routes, mutual defense agreements. River Bend will send people to learn cure production. Haven's Rest will send engineers to improve defenses. 2 settlements become one network. One network becomes the seed of something larger. Chen listens to the report, her face unreadable. Then she smiles, small, barely there, but real. Good work. That night, Chris stands on the wall they rebuilt, the wall that holds. Nataly joins him, always joins him. They watch the stars, the infinite points of light. You think we can do this, really do this, build something that lasts, I don't know, but we can try. Trying is all that's left. Trying and not giving up. The blight is patient, but humanity is stubborn. They'll rebuild. One settlement at a time, one cure batch at a time, one day at a time. The vision is clear now, not survival, something more. A future, fragile, uncertain, but possible. In the distance a gray moans, the sound is faint, fading, or maybe that's just hope talking. Chris closes his eyes, sees Maya, her smile, her laugh. She believed in him, made him promise to survive. He's survived. Now he'll do more. He'll live, he'll build, he'll make her sacrifice mean something. The night is cold, the stars are bright. Tomorrow they'll work, and the day after that, until the work is done, or until they are. The choice is simple. Give up or keep going. They keep going. Chapter 25, Personal Demons. The dreams start 3 months after the migration. Chris is in Portland, the city he left, the group he abandoned. They're screaming for him, reaching. He runs, but his legs won't move. The grays are behind him, in front of him, everywhere. He wakes gasping, sweat-soaked, Nataly's hand on his chest. It's not real. You're here. You're safe, but safe is relative. Safety died with the world. The dreams increase. Every night, different scenarios. Same guilt. He left them, he ran. They needed him, and he ran. During the day, he functions, leads scavenging runs, trains new defenders. But he's distant, detached. Nataly notices, everyone notices. Chen pulls him aside. You need rest, I'm fine. You're not. Take 3 days. Sleep. Recover. Chris wants to argue. Doesn't. He's too tired to argue. He retreats to the cabin, a small structure on Haven's Rest perimeter. 1 room, bed, table. Enough. Nataly brings him food, soup, bread, real bread. The settlement has a baker now, luxuries returning slowly. You should talk to someone, Elena maybe, about what? About how I'm losing it, about how I see grays where there are none, about how you're human, about how trauma doesn't make you weak. He doesn't respond. She leaves the food, leaves him alone. The hallucinations start on the 2nd day. He sees a gray in the corner, standing, watching. He blinks. It's gone. Just shadow. Chris knows this trick, the mind filling gaps, pattern recognition gone haywire, seeing threats everywhere because threats are everywhere, except when they're not. He looks again. The corner is empty, just a coat hanging on a hook. The coat's shape suggests shoulders, suggests a body, but it's cloth. Nothing more. He stands, approaches, touches the fabric, real, solid, not gray. Satisfied, he returns to the bed, sits, breathes, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Maya's rhythm, the one he taught her. But the gray is back. Not in the corner now. Then another, in the doorway, reaching. He grabs Mercy, advances, swings. The blade passes through nothing. Empty air, his hands shake. The knife falls. He sits on the floor, head in hands. This is how it ends. Not from grays, from his own mind eating itself. Maya appears. His sister, she sits across from him, smiles like she used to, before. You promised you'd survive? I am surviving. No, you're existing. There's a difference. She's not real. He knows she's not real, but she feels real. Sounds real. You need to forgive yourself, for Portland, for leaving. They would have died anyway. Everyone dies. Maybe, but you'll never know. You ran before the end came. The vision fades. He's alone again. Just him and the silence. That night he sleeps without dreaming. Deep. Bottomless. When he wakes, 16 hours have passed. Nataly is there, in a chair, watching. How long? All night. You didn't have to stay. I know. She brings him water. He drinks. The liquid is cold. Real, anchoring. I'm seeing things. Grays that aren't there. Maya, she talks to me. Nataly doesn't flinch. That's normal. Trauma, exhaustion, guilt. Pick one. Pick all. Normal. Nothing is normal. For this world it is. We're all broken. Some just hide it better. She tells him about David, her fiancé, how she sees him sometimes, in crowds, in reflections, how she knows it's not real but looks anyway. How do you deal with it? I remember he's gone. I accept it. I keep moving. Simple. Impossible. True. Chris spends the 3rd day outside, walking the perimeter, feeling sun on skin, breathing air that isn't stale. Ty finds him by the southern wall. The young man looks older now. The blight ages everyone, adds years in weeks. Chen wants you back, but only if you're ready. I don't know if I'm ready. No one is. We do it anyway. They walk together. Ty talks about his family, parents, little brother, gone in the first wave. He didn't get to say goodbye, didn't get to do anything. I froze. When it started, I just froze. Watched them go, then I ran. Chris understands. Everyone ran. Everyone has a moment they're not proud of. The guilt doesn't go away. You just get better at carrying it. Ty nods. They understand each other. The brotherhood of survivors, of those who carry ghosts. That evening, Chris returns to duty. Chen assigns him light work, inventory, garden patrol, no high-stress missions. He works, finds rhythm in simple tasks. The mind quiets when the hands are busy. Nataly works beside him. They plant seeds, tomatoes, peppers, food for months from now, planning for a future that might not come. She tells him about Serbia, her childhood. War-torn, always war-torn. How she learned early that safety is temporary. How that lesson saved her when the blight came. People who lived soft broke fast. People who knew hardship adapted. Chris tells her about Maya, about teaching her to run, to survive, about the promise he made. She made you promise because she knew you'd keep it. That's what matters. The hallucinations fade, not gone. Just quieter, manageable. Chris learns to distinguish real from unreal. The grays that shamble have weight, substance. The ones his mind creates are translucent, hollow. Elena gives him pills. Anxiety medications scavenged from a pharmacy. Take one when it gets bad. He takes them. They help. The world softens at the edges, less sharp, less cutting. A week passes, then two. He returns to full duty, leads a scavenging run to an industrial park. They find copper wire, batteries, useful things. No grays, no hallucinations, just work. On the return, Marcus asks him about Portland, about what happened. Chris tells the truth, for the first time, all of it. There were 12 of us, holed up in a library, food running low, grays outside, always outside. The group wanted to stay. Wait for rescue. I knew rescue wasn't coming, so I left, took supplies, slipped out at night, left them, and then, I don't know, I never looked back. Maybe they survived, maybe they didn't. Marcus is quiet. Then, you did what you thought was right. In the moment, doesn't make it right. No, but it makes it human. They return to Haven's Rest at dusk. The gates open, home, if such a thing exists anymore. Nataly meets him, takes his pack. You look better. I feel better. Not good, but better. Better is enough. That night they lie in bed, her head on his chest, his hand in her hair. The demons are still there, in the corners, in the shadows, but they're smaller now, containable. He closes his eyes, sees Maya. She's smiling, not speaking, just smiling. He understands. She's not haunting him. She's watching over him. There's a difference. Sleep comes, deep and dreamless, the first real sleep in weeks. When he wakes, the sun is rising, another day, another chance. The demons will return. They always return. But now he knows how to fight them. Not with weapons, with acceptance, with work, with love. The blight broke the world, but it doesn't have to break him. He gets up, dresses, walks into the morning light. Nataly joins him, always joins him. They have work to do, gardens to tend, walls to patrol, a settlement to protect. The demons can wait. Chapter 20, Ordeal. The message comes through radio static, garbled, desperate. River Bend under attack. Not grays. Something else. Something worse. Chen assembles a response team. 20 people. Chris and Nataly included. Ty, Marcus. The best fighters, the strongest. They move fast, half jog, covering 30 miles in 6 hours, pushing through exhaustion. River Bend appears through the trees. The walls are breached, smoke rising. Sounds of fighting. They approach cautious, weapons ready. The scene is chaos. Grays everywhere, but not normal grays. These are faster, coordinated. They move in packs, strategy visible in their movements. And in the center, the alpha, 12 feet tall, muscle-bound. Gray flesh stretched over impossible bulk, eyes that gleam with intelligence, with malice. It commands the horde, points, gestures. The grays obey. Chen's team spreads out, forms a perimeter, begins picking off the outer grays, but the alpha notices, turns, roars. The sound is primal, shakes the air. Chris feels it in his bones. His bladder loosens. He fights the urge to run. The alpha charges. It covers 50 yards in seconds, crashes into their line, scatters defenders like toys. Chris rolls, comes up swinging. Mercy connects with the alpha's leg. The blade bounces off, skin like tire rubber, impenetrable. Nataly fires, 3 shots, chest, shoulder, face. The bullets lodge, don't penetrate deep. The alpha doesn't slow. It grabs it as a defender, tears him apart, literally. Arms from sockets. The man's screams cut short. Chen is shouting. Target the joints, the weak points. They adjust. Aim for knees, elbows, the places where flesh meets bone. Ty gets close, drives a spear into the alpha's knee. The creature roars. Backhands him. Ty flies 20 feet, doesn't get up. Marcus throws a Molotov. Fire blooms across the alpha's back. It burns. The creature thrashes, rolls, extinguishes the flames, but it's damaged. Slower, angrier. Chris sees the opening. The alpha's throat exposed when it roars. He sprints, leaps, drives Mercy up through the soft tissue under the jaw, up into the brain. The alpha seizes, claws at Chris, catches his jacket, tears fabric and skin. Chris holds on, twists the blade, deeper, harder. The alpha's eyes dim, the light of intelligence fading, it collapses. Chris goes down with it, pinned under the weight, Can't breathe, ribs cracking, hands pull him free. Nataly, Marcus, others, they drag him clear. The Alpha lies still, fluids leaking from the wound. Black, viscous. The other Greys stop, confused. Their commander gone. They mill about, aimless. Chen's team picks them off, one by one. The horde breaks, scatters. Riverbend is saved, barely. Garrett emerges from the main hall, blood on his face, his arm in a makeshift sling. You came. You actually came. We had a deal, more than a deal, an alliance. They count the cost. Riverbend lost 18 people, 23 wounded. The walls need major repair. Haven's Rest lost 3, 12 wounded. Ty is unconscious but breathing. Marcus has a broken leg. Chris's ribs are cracked. Maybe worse. Elena wraps them tight, gives him pills for the pain. They stay 3 days, help with repairs, with burials, with recovery. Garrett speaks at the service, thanks them, calls them heroes. Chris doesn't feel like a hero, feels like a survivor who got lucky. Again, on the 3rd day, they return to Haven's Rest, carrying the wounded, moving slow. The Alpha's body is burned. They take the skull, evidence, proof, something to study. Chen has it brought to Elena. Study it, find the weakness. There will be more. Always more. Back at Haven's Rest, Chris sleeps for a day straight, his body demanding rest, his mind empty. When he wakes, Nataly is there, reading the book he took from the library, The Stranger. What do you think? I think the world ended before. Then it ended again. Maybe it ends every day. She closes the book, looks at him. We killed it. The Alpha. We can kill others if we have to. We'll have to. He knows it in his bones. The Alpha wasn't alone. Can't be alone. The Blight evolves, adapts, creates new horrors, but they adapt too, survive too, fight too. The Ordeal proved something. They can win. Not always, not easily, but it's possible. Chen calls a meeting. The entire settlement. She stands on a platform, addresses them. We faced the worst the Blight has created. We survived. Riverbend survived. Together we're stronger than apart. This is the path forward. Unity, alliance, mutual protection. Cheers. Weak at first, then stronger. Hope is infectious. Spreads faster than fear when given a chance. Chris watches from the back. Nataly beside him. They don't cheer. Don't need to. They know the truth. The ordeal is never over, just paused, waiting for the next crisis, the next alpha, the next impossible choice. But for now they rest, heal, prepare. The Blight is patient, so are they. The war continues. Chapter 27, Road Homeward. 6 months after the Alpha falls, Chen proposes the journey, go back, to where it started. To the buried city, retrieve data, research, anything that might help. The city holds secrets, origins, maybe solutions. Chris volunteers, Nataly too. Ty, recovered now, scarred but functional. Marcus stays, his leg healed wrong. He limps, but he's useful at Haven's Rest. Planning, logistics, the work that keeps him alive. They leave on a autumn morning, full circle, back to the season where it all began. 3 backpacks, weapons, the cure, supplies for 2 weeks. The forest is familiar. Chris knows these paths, walked them wounded, desperate, a different person. Nataly's cottage still stands, weathered, windows broken, nature reclaiming it. They stop, look inside, the fireplace, the loft, the table where they drank coffee and learned to trust. Feels like a lifetime ago, was a lifetime ago. They don't enter, nothing inside they need, just ghosts and memories. The journey continues. Through Ashton's Crossing, the town is quieter now, fewer Greys. The migration thinned their numbers, time and attrition doing what humans couldn't. The warehouse where the nest burned is a crater filled with rainwater, stagnant, breeding mosquitoes. The buried city entrance stands open, rusted. The alarms silent, power long dead. They descend. Flashlights cutting the dark, the tunnels echo, empty, abandoned. Level by level they search, looking for intact computers, files, anything. Most of it is ruined. Water damage, decay. The city is dying like everything else. But on level 9, command center, they find it. A server room, sealed, climate-controlled, still running on backup power. Ty is good with tech. He interfaces, downloads terabytes of data, research, communications, the history of the Blight. It takes hours. They wait, alert. The city is empty, but it feels watched. A Grey appears, Lone Scout, standard variant, slow, clumsy. Chris puts it down, mercy through the eye, quick, practiced, routine. The download completes. Tie packages everything. Multiple drives, redundancy. They ascend. Faster now, eager to leave. The city is a tomb, beautiful in its way, terrible in others. On level 4, they find something unexpected. A garden, hydroponics, still running, still growing. Tomatoes, lettuce, herbs, green life in the dead dark. Someone was here, tending this, recently. They search, find signs. Bedroll, supplies, but no person. Ty suggests waiting. Nataly vetoes too dangerous, unknown variables. They take seeds, cuttings, knowledge to bring back. The surface is bright, blinding after the tunnels. They blink, adjust. The journey home is uneventful. No grays, no raiders, just forest and silence. 3 days. They reach Haven's Rest at dusk. Chen takes the drives, passes them to the tech team. Start analyzing. That night, Chris sits with Nataly on the wall, their spot. We went back, faced it. Nothing fell apart. Maybe we're stronger than we think, or maybe we're just numb. She laughs. Quiet. Bitter. Maybe that too. The data reveals much. The blight was engineered, military project, bioweapon designed to incapacitate, not eliminate. But it mutated, escaped containment, spread faster than models predicted. The cure was developed too late. By the time Serum Epsilon 7 was ready, the world had ended, humanity unliving itself through hubris, through fear, through stupidity. Chen reads the reports, her face stone. We did this. To ourselves. Doesn't matter who started it, matters who finishes it. If it can be finished. It can. It has to. The settlement grows. 400 people now. River Bend sends delegates. 3 other settlements make contact. The network expands, trade routes established, communication protocols, mutual defense pacts. Slowly, carefully, something resembling civilization returns. Chris thinks about the journey, about going back, confronting origins. It didn't change anything, but it clarified everything. The blight happened, humanity caused it, now humanity must fix it or die trying. Simple, impossible, necessary. Nataly asks him, do you regret it? Coming back, all of it. No, not anymore. What changed? I did. We did. The road homeward wasn't about distance, about miles, it was about acceptance. They can't undo the past, can't save who's already gone, can only move forward. That night, Chris sleeps. Deep. Dreamless. The demons quiet. Maya visits, not a hallucination, a memory, her smile, her laugh, her belief in him. He kept his promise. He survived. Now he thrives. The road continues, always continues, but now he walks it willing, with purpose, with love. Morning comes, work begins, another day, another step. The journey is never over, but some roads lead home. Even if home is just a feeling, just a choice to keep moving, they keep moving. Chapter 28, Resurrection Trials. Spring returns, the second since they met, the second since everything changed. The thaw brings the migration, expected now, prepared for. But this year is different. Worse. The Greys don't migrate past, they converge. On Haven's Rest, on River Bend, on every settlement in the network. Hundreds, then thousands, a coordinated assault. Chen convenes the council, all settlements, via radio. The network buzzes with voices, fear, anger, determination. This is it. The final push. Either we break them, or they break us. Garrett speaks from River Bend. We stand together, united. Other voices echo. Agreement, solidarity. The network holds, they prepare. Every able body armed. Walls reinforced, traps laid. The cure distributed. 50 vials per settlement. Last resort for the bitten. The Greys hit at dawn. The first wave, 500, shambling, relentless. Haven's Rest defense holds, barely. The walls shake, metal groaning, but they hold. Radio chatter. Riverbend under attack. 3 other settlements. Simultaneous. Coordinated. Alphas. Multiple alphas directing the hordes. Chen's face doesn't change. Acknowledged. Hold your positions. Reinforcements coming. But there are no reinforcements. Everyone is engaged. Every settlement fighting for survival. The second wave hits at noon. Fresh Greys. More coordinated. They use tactics. Feints, flanking maneuvers. The blight is learning, evolving, becoming something more than instinct. Chris fights on the north wall, Ty beside him. They've become brothers, forged in crisis, tempered by survival. A gray reaches the top. Chris kicks it back. It falls, lands on others. They climb over it, keep coming. Mercy is slick with fluid, black ichor coating the blade. Chris wipes it, strikes again and again. His arm burns, muscles tearing, but he doesn't stop, can't stop. Nataly works the med station, treating wounded, administering the cure. Her hands steady, always steady. Elena beside her. The old medic never falters, never complains, just works. The third wave hits at dusk. The largest, over 1,000 grays, led by an alpha, bigger than the one at Riverbend. More intelligent, it commands. The grays obey. They form a wedge. A battering ram of unliving flesh crash into the east wall. The wall buckles. Doesn't break yet. Chen redirects forces. East wall. Now they pile against it, bracing with their bodies, their will. The alpha roars, pushes, the wall cracks, a section gives, 6 feet wide, grays pour through, hand-to-hand combat, chaos, screaming, the smell of decay and sweat and fear. Chris is there in the breach, mercy flashing, cutting, dropping grays. 1, 2, 5, but more keep coming. Always more. Ty goes down, a gray on his back biting. Chris pulls it off, drives the knife through its skull. Ty is bleeding, shoulder wound, deep. Chris drags him back. Nataly, here, now. She works, fast, efficient. Serum Epsilon 7 injected, then pressure. Bandages. Ty convulses, the serum fighting the infection. His eyes roll back. He'll make it. He has to. The breach is sealed. Bodies, wood, metal, anything. They pile it, hold it. The alpha doesn't stop. It climbs using its own troops as a ladder. It reaches the top. Massive, terrifying. Chen meets it. Rifle, point blank. 3 shots, chest, throat, head. It staggers, doesn't fall. She drops the rifle, pulls a blade, stands her ground. The alpha swings, catches her, sends her flying. Chris climbs, reaches the top, faces the creature. It's intelligent, knows him, remembers him from before. It smiles, a rictus of gray lips and black teeth. Chris doesn't hesitate, charges, low. Under the swing, Mercy aimed for the knee. The blade connects, severs tendon. The alpha collapses, off balance. Chris climbs on top, drives the knife into the base of the skull, severs the spine. The alpha spasms, dies. The grays below falter. Confusion ripples through the horde. Defenders press the advantage. The tide turns, slowly, inch by inch. They push the grays back, out of the breach, away from the walls. By midnight it's over. The grays retreat, scattering, broken. Haven's Rest stands, damaged, bleeding, but standing. Radio reports, Riverbend held, 2 settlements fell, 3 more barely survived. The network is fractured, but not broken. Chen is alive, ribs cracked, arm broken. She refuses treatment until everyone else is stabilized. Chris finds Nataly in the med tent. She's crying, silent tears, exhaustion, relief. He holds her, no words, just presence. Ty survives, the serum worked. He'll carry scars, they all will. Dawn breaks, the killing ground is littered with gray bodies, hundreds. They burn them. The pyre visible for miles, black smoke rising, a signal, a warning, a declaration. Humanity fought. Humanity survived. The blight failed. For now. The resurrection isn't about bringing back the world, it's about refusing to let it die completely. They rebuild. Again. Again. Stronger, smarter. The trials continue, will always continue, but now they know they can endure. The blight is patient. Humanity is persistent. The war is not over, but neither is hope. Chapter 29, Elixir Shared. 3 months after the siege, Chen calls the network summit. Representatives from 12 settlements gathered at Haven's Rest, the largest meeting since the blight began. They sit in the main hall, faces weathered, eyes hard. Survivors all. Chen stands, presents the plan. The cure works. We've saved hundreds. But production is limited. We need to scale up. Share the formula. Train producers. Distribute the elixir everywhere. Murmurs, questions, concerns about control, about trust. Garrett speaks. If we share it, we lose leverage. Settlements might break alliance. Chen's eyes are cold, then they break, and they die alone. Unity through fear isn't unity. It's tyranny. Silence. Truth cuts deep. Chris stands, adds his voice. We have a choice. Hoard the cure and watch the world die slowly, or share it and give everyone a chance. I know which world I want to live in. Nataly stands beside him, always beside him. We share. No conditions, no leverage, just humanity helping humanity. The vote is called. Unanimous. They share. The formula is distributed via radio, via courier, via every method available. Settlements begin production. The cure spreads, but so does resistance. Not everyone wants the cure. Some believe the blight is divine punishment. Some believe humanity deserves extinction. A faction forms. Purists. They reject the cure, reject settlements, embrace the wilderness, embrace the grays. Chris encounters them on a supply run. 10 people, ragged, eyes bright with fanaticism. Their leader speaks. You're fighting nature, fighting evolution. The grays are the next step. We should join them, not fight them. Chris doesn't argue. Argument is useless against belief. You're free to make that choice, but don't force it on others. The purists leave, heading into the deep forest, seeking their communion with the blight. Haven's Rest hears nothing from them again. The cure distribution continues. Settlements report success. Infection rates plummet. Communities stabilize. Trade increases. A settlement offers textiles. Another offers metalwork. Another offers food. Barter economy becomes sophisticated. Almost currency-like. Chris and Nataly travel the network, goodwill ambassadors, sharing techniques, learning from others. At Riverbend, they teach advanced cure production. At Millstone, they learn vertical farming. At Havens Point, they train new defenders. Each settlement is different, unique solutions to universal problems. But the thread connecting them is the same: survival, community, hope. On the road between settlements, they encounter gray pockets, isolated, weakened. The hordes are breaking apart. No alphas to coordinate them, just individual grays, shambling, lost. They're easier to manage, to avoid, to eliminate when necessary. Nataly wonders aloud, what happens when the grays are gone? What do we become then? We become whatever we choose. That's the gift and the curse. 6 months pass, the network expands, 20 settlements, then 30, communication lines, trade routes, mutual defense, something resembling civilization. Chen steps down as sole leader, forms a council, real governance, representatives from major settlements, democratic, messy, but functional. Chris refuses a seat, so does Nataly. They're not politicians, not leaders in that sense. They're wanderers, helpers. The role suits them. On their journeys, they find others, small groups, lone survivors. They bring them to the network, offer them choice. Join or continue alone. Most join. Humanity is social, isolation corrodes, but some choose solitude. Chris understands. Sometimes the world is too loud, too demanding. They leave supplies, maps, radio frequencies, open invitations. The door is always open. At a settlement called New March, they encounter children born after the blight, toddlers, preschoolers, innocent of the world before. These children will grow up in this reality, the grays, the ruins, the struggle. It will be normal to them. Chris watches them play. Tag. Simple games, laughter. The sound is beautiful, painful, hopeful. Nataly takes his hand. They'll build something better because they don't know anything else. Maybe that's enough. The elixir spreads. The cure, the knowledge, the hope. Settlements thrive. Some fail, collapse from within. Human nature unchanged by apocalypse. Greed, pride, fear. But enough succeed, enough persist. The legacy is written in actions, in choices, in the daily work of survival and creation. Chris thinks about Maya, about the promise. He survived, then he thrived, then he helped others do the same. Her death meant something, all the deaths meant something, if only to teach the living to value life. The elixir is more than medicine. It's a symbol, proof that humanity can solve its own problems, when it chooses to. At year's end, they return to Haven's Rest. Home. The settlement has grown. 500 people, fields, workshops, schools, children learning to read, to write, to build. The blight broke the world, but it didn't end it. Humanity endures, adapts, survives. The elixir shared, the knowledge spread, the future uncertain but possible. That's all anyone can ask. Chapter 30, New Dawn. 5 years. Chris counts them sometimes. 5 years since the warehouse ambush, since the bullet that wouldn't stop bleeding, since stumbling to a cottage door and finding Nataly instead of death. 5 years measured in ways that matter now. Seasons survived, winters endured, springs that brought migrations and hope in equal measure. The world didn't end in a day. Took years, decades maybe. The collapse was gradual, infrastructure failing, supply chains breaking, society dissolving like sugar in rain. But rebuilding is gradual too, one settlement at a time, one cured gray at a time, one day deciding to keep going instead of giving up. 5 years is long enough to forget the world before, or almost forget. The details fade, the specifics blur. What remains are impressions. Grocery stores that always had food, electricity that never failed, a time when zombie was just a word for movies. 5 years is long enough to build something new. The cottage on the hill overlooking Haven's Rest wasn't there before. Chris and Nataly built it, log by log, board by board, a place of their own within the larger community. 5 years is long enough for gray hair to thread through dark, for scars to fade from angry red to silver, for limps to become permanent, for trauma to settle into background noise instead of screaming. Not healed, never healed, but manageable. The cottage is rebuilt, not Nataly's original, a new one. Better, stronger, lessons learned written into every joint and beam. Chris and Nataly live there, quiet, simple. They work in the settlement during the day, return to solitude at night. The balance suits them. 5 years after the migration, the network spans 100 settlements, communication sophisticated, trade robust, conflict rare but not absent. The Greys still exist, pockets in the wilderness, isolated individuals, but the hordes are broken, the Alpha's gone. Science explains it. The blight reached critical mass, mutation destabilized, the infection burned itself out, not extinct, never extinct, but manageable. Humanity learned to coexist, to defend, to heal. The cure is ubiquitous. Every settlement produces it, stockpiles it, uses it when needed. Chen died 3 years ago. Natural causes. Heart failure, she was 51, lived harder than most, burned brighter. Her funeral drew hundreds, testimonies, gratitude. She built the foundation. Others built on it. Garrett leads the network council now. Fair, pragmatic, less fierce than Chen, but effective. Ty commands Haven's Rest defense. The scared young man became a capable leader, scars and all. Marcus runs logistics, married, 2 children, happy in his small way. Elena passed last winter, in her sleep, 86 years old. She trained a generation of medics before she went. Knowledge preserved. Chris is 42, gray streaking his hair, lines deepening around his eyes. The limp remains, war wound and time. Nataly is 35, the platinum braid now threaded with silver, the burn scar on her hand faded but visible. They sit on the porch. Evening, the sun setting over the settlement, lights flickering on, solar panels and generators, electricity returning. A child runs past, chasing a dog, both laughing, both free. Nataly smiles. Remember when silence meant danger? Now it just means peace. Not true, not entirely. The Greys are still out there. Raiders, hazards. The world is not safe, but it's safer, livable. Chris thinks about the journey, the ambush, the cottage, the buried city, the battles, the losses, every step necessary, every choice leading here. A message comes through the radio, static, distant, a new settlement asking for help, medical supplies, training. Chris answers, "We'll send someone. Hold on, always another crisis, another need. The work never ends, but now there are people to do it. Enough people, enough hands. He and Nataly don't have to carry it all. They carried it when no one else could. Now they can rest, sometimes." Ty visits with news. Scouts found something. In the deep forest, a bunker, sealed, pre-blight, might contain supplies. Technology. Chris nods. "We'll check it out. Tomorrow." Nataly glances at him. "We never stop, do we? Would you want to?" "No." They smile, understanding. The world is rebuilding, but vigilance remains. The blight could return. New threats could emerge. Humanity has a way of creating disaster, but humanity also has a way of overcoming it. That night, Chris dreams. Not nightmares, memories. Maya running, laughing, alive. He wakes, Nataly sleeping beside him, her breath steady, peaceful. Outside the stars shine, brighter than before, pollution gone, the sky reclaimed. Somewhere a gray moans, distant, fading. Chris listens. The sound doesn't frighten him, it's just part of the world, like wind, like rain. He closes his eyes, sleeps. Morning comes. The dawn breaks, light spreading across the valley, illuminating the settlement, the fields, the walls that hold. Chris dresses. Nataly wakes. They share coffee, real coffee, cultivated, grown, a luxury returned. The day begins. Work calls, the bunker to explore, the settlement to maintain, the network to support. But first, breakfast. Simple. Eggs, bread, moments of normalcy in the strange new world. They eat, they talk, they plan. The future is uncertain, always uncertain, but now it exists. That's the victory, not defeating the blight, outlasting it, outgrowing it. Humanity's resilience is not a myth. It's a choice, made daily, made consciously. Chris stands. Nataly joins him. They walk down the hill toward Haven's Rest, toward whatever comes next. The sun climbs, the day warms, life continues. The buried city is a memory, a lesson, a warning. They carry it forward. Knowledge and humility, never forgetting what was lost, never taking for granted what remains. At the gates, people greet them. Familiar faces, friends, family chosen through trial. Ty approaches. Ready when you are. Chris nods. Let's see what history left us. They gather supplies, form a small team, head into the forest. The trees are thick, green, life reclaiming the earth, the scars of the blight fading. Nature patient, nature indifferent. They reach the bunker, concrete, rusted door, locked. Ty works the mechanism, patient, skilled. The lock gives, the door groans open. Inside, darkness, they enter. Flashlights cutting the black, shelves, supplies, medical, food, weapons, seeds, knowledge, a time capsule, someone preparing for the end, succeeding, posthumously. They catalog, pack, plan distribution. The resources will help, always help. In the back room, Chris finds a journal. Handwritten, the owner's log, he reads, a woman, doctor, she saw the blight coming, prepared, stocked this place, planned to ride it out. The entries stop. Abruptly, no conclusion, just silence. Chris closes the journal, adds it to the pack. Someone might want it. History preserved, they exit, seal the bunker, mark the location, return to Haven's Rest. The hall is significant. Months of supplies. The settlement celebrates small party. Music, food. Chris watches from the edge, Nataly beside him. They don't need the noise, the validation. They have each other. That's enough. As night falls, they return to the cottage, the lights of the settlement below, a constellation on earth. Nataly speaks. Do you think this lasts? Really lasts. Nothing lasts forever, but it lasts as long as we make it. That's not reassuring. It's honest. She laughs, quiet, accepting. They stand on the porch, holding hands, watching the night deepen. Somewhere a gray moans, faint, almost musical. Somewhere a child laughs, clear, bright. The sounds overlap, the past and future, death and life, existing together, always together. Chris thinks about the promise, about Maya, about survival. He kept it, more than kept it. He lived, he loved, he built. The blight took everything, but not everything. It left survivors, it left possibility, it left choice. And choice is freedom, the only freedom that matters. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent, eternal. Below them the settlement sleeps. Dreams, plans. Tomorrow they'll work, explore, build, protect. Tomorrow they'll face whatever comes, together, always together. The new dawn isn't a single moment. It's every morning, every choice, every breath. The world ended, the world begins. Both true, both constant. Chris closes his eyes, feels Nataly beside him, feels the weight of the knife on his belt, feels the cool air on his face. He's alive. She's alive. The settlement thrives. That's victory. Small, imperfect, enough. The night deepens, the stars shine, the world turns, and in the morning, always in the morning, the sun will rise, the buried city, the forest, the migration, the battles, the losses, the love, all of it leading here, to this porch, this moment, this fragile, beautiful piece. The story doesn't end. Stories don't end while people live to tell them. This is not an ending, it's a continuation, a breath between chapters. A pause before the next journey. But for now, for tonight, it's enough. The dawn waits, patient, inevitable. They wait with it, together, always. End of the Buried City. If you've made it this far, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Your support means we can continue providing these engaging videos to help you pass the time, whether it's for sleep or a long ride. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for watching. Until next time.